anything up to 80 degrees angle of bank. And now into the hover, about to fly sideways along the shoreline with a speed of about 35 knots.
Another interesting feature is visible on the top of the fuselage. On many helicopters you can clearly identify where the engine intakes are. That's not so the case in the NH90, they've been quite cunningly disguised. Likewise, the engine exhaust is suppressed by heat deflectors, and all this helps to substantially reduce the aircraft's infrared conspicuity and its susceptibility to heat-seeking missiles.
As we see a very challenging manoeuvre coming up, a 360-degree turn flown entirely backwards. I'd like to take this opportunity to say hello to everyone joining us on YouTube. Apologies that you didn't get to see the first few manoeuvres of this NH90 display, but we are now live with you on YouTube. We're simulcasting on our streaming service as well, watch.planestv.com, as we enjoy an evening of practice displays here at Antidotum Airshow Leszno 2025.
Continuing to reverse up to altitude in preparation for another nose over, and then the crew will convert their height into speed as they transition into another fast pass.
The NH90 has 14 military operators, many of them being European and NATO members, which gives those air forces a high degree of interoperability. But it's also flown by Qatar, Oman, Australia and New Zealand.
But I think it's fair to say that not all those operators are thrilled. Australia, for example, has suffered numerous accidents and serviceability issues, as well as severe delays in obtaining full operating capability. They've grounded their entire NH90 fleet and will remove them from service later this year. Likewise, Belgium is retiring half of its NH90s this year due to their high operating costs. Norway is divesting itself of its NH90 fleet, and the Dutch government cancelled some of its orders due to, in their words, design shortcomings. It is not controversial to say that this helicopter has had a troubled service career.
Yeah, that being said, things are looking up for many NH90 operators though who have chosen to stick it out. Serviceability rates are improving massively. It's performing with great success in the German army. We're watching a quick stop manoeuvre now as the aircraft comes to a hover at show centre, and then we'll see another max power climb to 700 feet, but this time the aircraft spiralling all the way up and climbing at a rate of 2,000 feet per minute.
Two units of the German army operate the NH90. This one comes from Helicopter Transport Regiment 10 in Fassberg. Deliveries began in 2006 and their operation debut came in 2013 when 4 were deployed to Afghanistan in the medical evacuation role.
Another very dramatic nose over. there we come. Landing gear is extended as the aircraft comes into the hover at Show Centre to end this practice display in the traditional way by bowing to the crowd. From Lufttransport Regiment 10 of the German Army, that was the NH-90 tactical transport helicopter. It's not the last of the NH-90 that we'll be seeing in the next few minutes, though. Indeed, it's not the last German Army helicopter that we'll be seeing in the next few minutes, because we shall shortly be seeing a practice display for something very special indeed. I'm not going to say too much about it. We've not got long to wait until we see it, though. The NH-90 will touch down so as to simulate the mass departure for this next performance effectively. And now we've got a little bit more time. I think there's an opportunity to say a proper hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Aviation Heaven, Antidotum Airshow Leszno 2025, which is just one day away, and we cannot wait to bring you live coverage from what is truly one of the most innovative, exciting, artistic, distinctive and varied flying displays that you will find anywhere on Earth. Over the next 3 days of live broadcasting, we will see aviation in all its guises. Rarely seen fast jets, military helicopters, large transport aircraft, fascinating warbirds, vintage jets, gliders, motor gliders, paragliders, paramotors, aerobatic teams of almost every variety, top-notch unlimited category solo aerobatics, incredible stunts, hot air balloons, combat reenactments, and it all builds towards a stunning nighttime pyrotechnic finale with aircraft from jets to helicopters, all loaded with fireworks, all taking to the air at the same time. It's going to be quite a ride. Over the last decade, I've been to about 100 air shows all over the world. I don't think I have ever been as excited as I am for this one. And I'm delighted to say that joining me in commentary is someone who I think might be almost as excited as me. Kieran Lear, you're an engineer with the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. You're a volunteer with the Shuttleworth Collection. You've been to air shows all over the world. You're here in Leszno for the very first time. What are you looking forward to seeing over the next few days?
Thanks very much, Adam. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My first time on Leszno. Really looking forward to seeing the flying bulls, the P-38, the Corsair, the B-25. I love warbirds. That's my bread and butter. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them, as well as Gorgrab's P-51 Mustang.
Of course, we've got some great modern military highlights coming up as well. The German Tornado. We think first time there's been a fully aerobatic Tornado display in Europe since 2017. In that case, it was the Reparto Sperimentale Volo of the Italian Air Force that provided that display. But this year, the new German Air Force Tornado demonstration team is coming to the airshow circuit, and this will be its very first show.
Yes, as you say, Adam, I remember the last time we saw the Tornado display by the Italian Air Force back in 2017. I think I'm right in saying that you saw it at Cosford and Riat as well.
I did indeed, yes. And Cosford in reasonably good weather, and then Riat in absolutely atrocious conditions, low cloud. It was flying through sheets of rain. We don't have that today. Let's talk about the weather we do have today, because it might be affecting your viewing experience a little bit. Superficially, it appears to be quite nice. It's a comfortable temperature, about 21 degrees. Lovely sky, a little bit of cloud around, but my goodness, it's windy.
Yes, very much so. The wind is coming right across the runway, so it's right in our faces. So as we're looking at the practice displays, we are probably having our eyes streaming with water, but we will do our best to update you, ladies and gentlemen, on all of the practice displays that we are looking forward to seeing this afternoon.
Yes, and we started with the NH-90. We are going to continue with this helicopter-themed item that I have alluded to. And what I'm going to do now is run you through the rest of the activities that we are expecting to see. And there will be a few arrivals scattered in amongst this. But after we have our special helicopter performance, we've got the PC-9M Hudurnik of the Slovenian Air Force, which will be performing a practice display. We've got badge formation. Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail about that. Antidotum Airshow Leszno is nothing if not surprising. And badge formation is a surprise that the general public, as of right now, does not know about. But it is a combination of aircraft which I cannot think has ever flown together at a European airshow before, possibly any airshow full stop. And don't worry, I'm not talking about some obscure sort of ultralight and getting really nerdy about being excited to see these two rare ultralights together. No, this is military heavy metal. It's going to be really quite a performance, and because this is practice day, they've got a long slot, and I think we're expecting to see them probably about 3 times over the course of 40 minutes badge formation. So that is starting at 18:10 local time, continuing to 18:50.
Yes, as Adam says, this badge formation promises to be a very, very fantastic sight indeed, ladies and gentlemen, so please do stick around on the live stream for footage of that very display.
After that, we've got something rather interesting. We've got a run-through of the grand finale. Now, this is not going to be representative of what it actually looks like if you watch our live broadcast over the coming days, because the grand finale takes place in pitch darkness. This is a single performance that is going to bring together, I think, 11 flying machines. And I say flying machines because not all of them are aeroplanes. There's jets, there's helicopters, there's... I don't want to go into too much detail, but things that should not be sharing the sky together. They are all going to be taking part in a 10-minute combined performance with fireworks, with live music from an orchestra on the stage behind us. This is a performance that cannot be done without rehearsal. So they are going to rehearse it in daylight conditions when all of the players can see each other a bit more easily. We will be seeing that. That will give an indication of what the grand finale is going to look like. We've got the Baltic Bees jet team. Then at just after 8 o'clock, we've got the White Wings, the glider formation team of Aero Club Romania. Then we've got the powered aerobatic team of Aero Club Romania, the Hawks of Romania, flying the Extra 330. And then closing out our practice session today, we have the Flying Dragons at 9 o'clock local time, the paramotor display team.
So quite an eclectic afternoon of practice display flying to look forward to. Adam, what are you looking forward to seeing this afternoon and for the whole weekend?
Well, I've got to admit I've got a vested interest here. I've been to a lot of air shows, as we both have. So what motivates me is what we're about to see now, the one-off, the unique, the imaginative, the creative. And that's certainly what we're about to get. This performance, the grand opening of the air show, the grand finale, badge formation, that's what drives me. But I have a vested interest because I did help put this display together. I've spent most of the last 2 weeks, it seems, sitting on a computer with maps of the airfield, sketching out arrows and holding patterns, and I'm so excited to see this display coming to life over the next few minutes. There is an element of this display that I am not aware of having been done at a European air show, at least in recent years. If we show you a wide shot of the airfield at some point after the helicopters have departed, you might see a clue of what's about to happen, because there are some vehicles sitting out in the middle of the airfield. We've got helicopters, we've got vehicles, we've got a remarkable mixed fleet of helicopters, it must be said as well. There's military and civilian assets in that formation. From the German Army, the NH-90 and the Tiger. We've also got a civilian Bolko Bo 105, a civilian UH-1 Huey. So this is a real smorgasbord of current and former German Army aviation types, representing about 60 years of history. They're coming together in this one-off performance, and they're going to start with something really quite special. Having been drawing this on paper for the last few weeks, I cannot wait to see what it actually looks like in the flesh. And there are the vehicles that I was talking about. You might now be able to guess what's about to happen. This will be the grand opening of our air show on each of the show days, tomorrow and again on Saturday. If you do want to watch the show days, you will have to be a paid-up member of our streaming service, watch.planestv.com, but we do have a discount code available. If you use the code Leszno25 over on watch.planestv.com, that will get you 20% off your first 3-month subscription. It'll get you access to our weekend broadcasts and also access to upcoming broadcasts from the likes of the Royal International Air Tattoo. Here come the 4 helicopters to start the grand opening, to start our coverage of the Antidotum Airshow. We're not going to see the surprise itself just yet, because this is just a practice session. They're going to do it several times over, and we won't be introducing all of the elements right off the bat. But nonetheless, I don't think it takes much imagination to picture what is going to be happening here. Now, when this sequence is done in full, it will be a roughly 10-minute performance with 3 or 4 distinct manoeuvres. Again, this being the first practice flight, that's not what we're seeing at the moment. We're seeing each individual part, or in this case, a part of an individual part, being practiced in isolation. Such is the nature of airshow practice days, of course. This display, we really pay special tribute this year to the nation of Germany, who've gone above and beyond to provide so many of the star items at the Antidotum Airshow 2025. This is a nation that just a few years ago had almost no presence on the airshow circuit, but that has changed over the last few seasons, and today we host no fewer than 4 German military display teams here at the Antidotum Airshow, including one that has never performed in public before, and that is the Tornado solo display that we were talking about earlier. So we've got the NH90, we've got the Tiger, both of them participating in this formation, and later on today we will be seeing some of the other German assets as well. I think it's well known there's solo displays planned from the Eurofighter EF2000 and from the Tornado IDS. And this one of 2 special performances, one-off special mixed-type performances involving German military assets. the 4 helicopters continue to work through this practice, which will be of a rather sedate pace as they feel their way through this one-off mixed formation sequence. Let's talk about some of the other things that we're going to see, perhaps not today, but over the course of the next few evenings, because this is one of the most varied airshow lineups that I think you'll ever see.
Absolutely, Adam. So we're going to be seeing a wide variety of aircraft, ranging from fast jets through to warbirds, through to ultralights, and everything pretty much in between. We've got the German Typhoon display team, we've got the German Tornado display team. Very much looking forward to seeing the Tornado back on the airshow circuit. This year is the first year the Tornado is back on the airshow scene in Europe, as we mentioned earlier, since 2017. We've got the Typhoon, as I mentioned, that is one of 2 demo teams coming from the German Air Force, Adam.
Yeah, and we must mention the Polish Air Force as well, given we are here in Poland. The Polish Air Force sending us 2 solo displays in the form of the Tiger demo team flying an F-16C Yastrob and the C-130 Hercules. Now, there's a bit of jeopardy there because I don't actually know whether we're getting a C-130E like we saw last year or a C-130H, which, if that is what we get, it'll be the first time a Polish C-130H has flown in an airshow. So we'll just have to wait for it to come in tomorrow and see what coloured nose cone it has, because the new C-130Hs have a black painted nose. We got those from the Polish Air Force. They're going to be a lot of fun. They're always a lot of fun.
Absolutely, Adam. Very much looking forward to seeing the Polish Air Force's contribution to the Antidotum Airshow, especially so the C-130, because the C-130, although it is a very popular aeroplane all over the world, you don't often see it perform a solo display.
You don't, and it's a really sprightly solo display that the Poles put on. Some very rakish bank angles. It's a shorter sequence than we saw last year when we got almost 20 minutes of Hercules action. And I think we're expecting 10 minutes this year. But yeah, very unusual to see a large 4-engine transport aircraft being put through a full airshow routine as opposed to some flybys.
Absolutely. It really takes me back to the old Swedish Air Force TP-84 Hercules displays that the Flygvapnet used to perform at airshows all over Western Europe in the 1990s and the early 2000s, and also the RAF, who operated the C-130J demonstration up until 2006.
While we're on the subject of the Polish military, there's a slightly tenuous connection, but nonetheless something I'm really looking forward to. The Polish Air Force used to operate a jet aerobatic team in the form of Bialo-Czerwona Iskra, flying, at one point 9 TS-11 Iskras. They are defunct. They flew their last display in 2022 down to, I think, only a 2-ship at that point. But we're going to see something of a civilian representation of that team in the form of a 2-ship Iskra display from Bialo-Czerwona Skrzydła, a civilian operation that have various TS-11s at their disposal. They'll be performing a 2-ship display as part of the daytime show, but they will also be taking part in the night show, and I'm not going to go into detail about that because, as I've said before, what is the Antidotum Airshow without its surprises? Polish military or ex-military jets, it's not the only one. We're also expecting the LIM-2 from Fundasza Eskadra, which has been a regular participant here at the Antidotum Airshow, but it didn't fly for us here last year. The LIM-2, if you're not familiar, is the Polish license-built version of the MiG-15 BIS, the single-seat version of the MiG-15, and it is currently the only single-seat MiG fighter flying in Europe. A great number of aerobatic teams here as well. We've got the Baltic Bees, of course. We've got the Hawks of Romania. We've got a couple of glider formation teams in the form of Team Blanix and White Wings. And then we've got the unconventional teams, the likes of the Flying Dragons. And Kieran, I know you saw the Flying Dragons for the first time in Sannikol last year. You were really impressed.
Oh yes, they're a team of paramotors, and I believe I'm right in thinking, Adam, that their display is normally very much at night.
Yes.
San Nicole, it was a bit different, wasn't it?
Yeah, there were regulations in place in Belgium affecting how late flying displays can go on. We have the same in the UK. We cannot hold a night show in the UK. It is just not legal. But in most of mainland Europe, there is no hard cut-off time when the airshow has to cease. This airshow goes on until really, really late in the night. Last year, anyone who was watching along knows we went on until 11 p.m. It won't be quite this late this year because the night show has kind of been condensed. There's more things happening at one time rather than each thing performing individually. Flying Dragons performing in pretty much full darkness, a lot of pyro, ground-launched pyro and air-launched pyro as well. Now, let's turn our attention back to the action in the sky because we are starting to see some of the surprises of the grand opening being revealed, about to creep into shot on the far left-hand side of your image. A pair of fire trucks are creating a gateway through which we shall pass and enter this magical world of the Antidotum Airshow, this world where everything is wonderful and happy and aviation themed. Now, I bet you've never seen an airshow performance like this before. And now we have a really quite remarkable sight as all four helicopters, this eclectic mix of military and civilian helicopters, all of different types, lines up at low level in front of us. They're going to be flashing their landing lights and performing a bow. That looked every bit as good as I hoped it would. There's some amazing action going on there with the rotor vortices being picked up or picking up the water from those cannons and creating some really interesting patterns.
So, Adam, now that it's actually happened, tell us a bit more about the preparation behind all of the sequence we've just seen.
Well, it was surprisingly simple, if I'm honest. I don't know where the original idea came from to put these four types together. I'm not sure. But there was this idea, and I'd been drawing some diagrams for Michal, airshow director here, of some of the displays that he'd thought up. And he came to me and he said, look, we've got these four helicopters, they're going to do something together. You've been drawing all of these diagrams. Can you draw me some diagrams for what these might do? And so I did. I started drawing a few things, and I was very aware that I didn't want to make it too complicated because these are aircraft that don't normally fly together, crews that don't normally fly together. But nonetheless, we wanted to do something in the spirit of the Antidotum Airshow that people had never seen before. And we talked through several ideas. We threw a few about. I said, what about we do a wall of fire behind a line of hovering helicopters? We can't do that. Just the layout of the airfield here, it's very constrained out there because there's a lot of stuff. Not all of it is built yet, but there's fireworks out there. There's going to be World War I reenactor camps out there, motorbike jumps. There just wasn't an opportunity to do a wall of fire. And then Michal said, well, how about we fly them through an arch of water, and that's what we did. So that was kind of the basis of the display, and then I went around trying to build some other photo opportunities around it. I was very keen to create a moment where all 4 aircraft were flying down the line together, and we see it now, all 4 in box formation, and doesn't that look wonderful?
Quite fantastic formation pass there. The UH-1 leading, followed by the Tiger on its starboard side and H-90 on its port side, and then bringing up the rear you've got the Bow 105.
Yeah, the NH-90 sliding now around to the back as they take up line astern formation for what will be the last manoeuvre of the 4-ship formation part of the show. We of course saw the NH-90 a moment ago performing a practice display. The second aircraft in the line is the other modern German Army representative, the Tiger, one of the lightest and most nimble armoured battlefield helicopter gunships in the world. First flew in 1991, having been developed specifically for France and West Germany, optimised for escort duties and, unusually, for air-to-air combat. And both of those are roles which require excellent manoeuvrability. Its solo display is fully aerobatic. It includes manoeuvres such as loops and even a split S. We saw it earlier today. It did a practice run this morning, Kieran. You were just arriving at the airfield as it was finishing up, and that was impressive.
Yeah, it certainly looked impressive from the motorway on the far side of the airfield, that's for sure. But here come the helicopters now. They're just turning towards show centre.
Yeah, still in line astern formation, and I did have in my mind's eye the idea that they would do a simultaneous bomb burst. That was a little step too far, unfortunately, but we're going to see them braking left and right now in this wonderful line astern formation. And with that, per the plan, the 2 Army helicopters will come into land. We might not see a full landing now because I half suspect they might do another run-through of the formation section. We shall see very shortly, I suppose. But the civilian representatives of German Army aviation history are very much remaining in the air because they still have a few manoeuvres to go. But it does look like they are both landing, and I suppose that did look pretty good. Maybe they feel they don't need another run-through. I didn't see anything that deviated from the plan whatsoever. The execution was pretty much perfect, I thought. I'm really chuffed with that.
Well, it looked absolutely excellent from our point of view, Adam, that's for sure.
And we're not done because, as I mentioned, the civilian machines still have a few manoeuvres to go. You can see them on the screen now, coming back in towards us, led by the UH-1D Iroquois, often known as the Huey, of which the German Army once operated over 300. The type was retired in 2021, and following behind it, the infamous Baltic Bow 105, the first fully aerobatic helicopter ever built, and one which was operated by the German Army as a light anti-armour and observation helicopter up until its retirement in 2016. Both of these helicopters come from Heli Solutions. The UH-1D is newly acquired, and this is its first public appearance in their ownership. They're going to come in now towards show centre for some manoeuvring in the hover. And Kieran, what I really wanted from this is I wanted the helicopter version of an opposition pass. That's what I was aiming for with this next manoeuvre. So I think what we're going to see now is spot turns, 90-degree spot turns towards each other. Yes, here they go. Or maybe not quite yet. Yes, there's the spot turns. They shall face each other momentarily, and then we shall get the opposition pass.
Fantastic.
We've created our own helicopter display team, our own one-off helicopter display team for this show only.
Yes, and as we're watching the UH-1 disappear there off into the distance, I can hear Creedence Clearwater Revival at the back there.
Yes.
Perfect for the era, as the UH-1 was it was around during the Vietnam War and was a stalwart of Vietnam War campaigns.
We'll be seeing it do a short solo display now, I think, and an aircraft that I mentioned earlier, often known as the Huey, outstandingly successful multi-purpose helicopter, of which more than 16,000 were built during a 31-year production run starting in 1956. Was developed for the United States as a medical evacuation and general utility helicopter. This particular model, the UH-1D, featured a lengthened fuselage and was operated by the US military as a troop carrier. Germany actually built the UH-1 under license. They fitted it with a 1,400 horsepower Lycoming T53 piston engine. Built in Germany from 1967 until 1981, and those German-built examples saw service with both the German Army and the German Air Force, the last ones being retired in 2021, replaced with the EC-145. The pilot today for this Heli Solutions UH-1 debut performance is Helmut Korb, a German Army veteran who flew the type, including on operations in Kosovo.
UH-1 there coming back round for another pass. You can hear the distinct thwomp from the rotor blades. It's quite a characteristic trait of the UH-1s. And as the Huey disappears into the distance there, approaching from show centre, it's the turn of the Bow 105. Now this is quite a remarkable helicopter. It was designed in Germany in the 1960s, and it was the first fully aerobatic helicopter in the world.
Yes, indeed, and what made the difference was the rotor design. Most helicopters up until that point used rigid rotors attached to a rotor head by delicate hinges, so if the helicopter pilot pulled any G, it was the hinges that would bear the brunt of the force. The Bow 105 has no such hinges. Instead, it has flexible rotor blades bolted directly into a monoblock head, and it's the flexible rotors that absorb the G-force. That means the Bow 105 can perform backflips, loops and rolls at up to 3.5 G.
The German Army operated 212 specialised anti-tank version of the Bow 105, armed with 6 missiles, the first of which were delivered in 1979. However, the Bo 105 wasn't especially well suited to high-intensity combat roles, so the Eurocopter Tiger, as we've just seen, was developed as its direct replacement. A further 100 Bo 105s were also ordered as light observation aircraft, and the last of them was retired in 2016.
We get to enjoy this short solo routine now, but it's not the last that we'll see of the Bo 105 at the Antidotum Airshow. There's actually a nice bit of symmetry because this aircraft has not only participated in the grand opening, but it will also fly as part of the grand finale. One of 11 flying machines of all different kinds that will be taking the stage at the same time.
I don't know about you, Adam, but watching this display now takes me right back to Riat. I believe it was 2015, 2016, yes, where we saw a couple of displays from the fabulous German Army display.
Yes, that was their farewell season in 2015 before the type was retired the following year, and really it was the German Army that pioneered the aerobatic displays in this type of helicopter that went on to become so popular and indeed have been emulated by Red Bull in recent seasons.
Indeed so, and I believe it's Aaron Fitzgerald that flies a Bo 105 display out in North America.
Yes, he does, and we've got Felix Baumgartner doing much the same thing here in Europe.
And if there's any James Bond aficionados watching the live stream, there was a Bo 105 to perform stunts at the beginning of Spectre.
And that brings to a close our grand opening, or at least the practice of our grand opening, and I'm really chuffed with how that looked. That was exactly what I thought it would be.
Yes, I think visitors to Antidotum tomorrow and Saturday will be very pleased by what we've just seen, and that was just a rehearsal.
That was just a rehearsal. It's part of the ethos here, doing things that are unique, doing things that no other air show is doing. That is part of it. The grand finale is part of it. Badge formation that I alluded to earlier, that is part of it as well. But there's other things as well, some of which I should say have not been trailed to any extent to the public. And I don't want to be the first to accidentally break any news here. Just to say there are some surprises coming up, and they are very much built around this idea of staging something that not only no other airshow does, but also something that no one would ever even think of. It's not on anybody's bucket list because it's such a weird idea that no one would ever conceive of it happening in the first place. We've got one of those performances. It's only involving a little ultralight, Aeropract A22, which is going to be doing something towards the start of the flying program tomorrow. I suppose you could call it a stunt. I'm not sure that's it's more of a demonstration than a stunt, but you know, join us tomorrow for the full air show when we can show you the full force of Antidotum Airshow Leszno. It's quite a thing to see, it really is. All of this energy that is put into staging these spectacles. You might be able to see evidence of something else that's going to happen in some of our wide shots panning around the airfield over the course of this broadcast. There are some structures lying around the airfield. They are going to be used for some kind or another of special one-off stunt. There are other things as well. It's a very exciting program. That's what I was talking about. Again, with a little bit of imagination, you could probably come up with a pretty good guess of what that might be for. But if you can't guess, you'll just have to join us tomorrow.
Absolutely. So, Adam, you've asked me my highlight of this weekend. I'm going to ask you what's yours. What are you looking forward to the most?
Apart from the three things I design.
Wow.
Apart from those things, do you know what I'm really looking forward to? I'm looking forward to pterodactyl flight. And they are quite early on in the flying program tomorrow and Saturday. This is a World War I reenaction, but it is a World War I reenaction quite unlike any other.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. So, just for reiteration, pterodactyl flight is not a Jurassic Park film. extravaganza. It is a World War I display,
Yes.
and it emanates from the Czech Republic.
It does. Now, of course, we're quite familiar with seeing displays of World War I aircraft performing a dogfight, an aerial melee. This is more than that, and it's an interesting analogy that you make with Jurassic Park, because there is a similarity in one way, which is that pterodactyl flight is not authentic, original aircraft. These are props. These are like film props. Everything they use is more Hollywood-esque than airshow-esque. So this is an air and ground air battle during which quite a lot of things blow up, and that includes bigger and seemingly more irreplaceable things than you might be expecting. They're going to be building over the course of tomorrow morning some World War I camps on the ground with vehicles and reenactors and aircraft parked up. There's going to be, I think, 4 aircraft up in the air taking part in the battle. It's something that very much has a plot, it has a script. I'm really excited to see that, because it is an example of what I believe air shows should be, which is aerial theatre.
Well, it sounds like it should be something taken directly from a Steven Spielberg film.
Yes. Now, I have been inviting you to join us over the next few days. I think it's worth me reiterating how you can do that. Today, for the practice sessions, we are simulcasting on YouTube for free, and also on our paid membership streaming service, watch.planestv.com. For the airshow proper, we will be exclusively on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. So if you want to watch along, you will need to be a paid-up member, and we have a discount code available should you want to do that. If you use the code Leszno25, that's all capital letters, one word, Leszno25, that will get you 20% off your first 3 months. You can also use it for an annual subscription should you wish. You can cancel at any time. However, for as long as you choose to remain a member, you will have access to all of our live broadcasts from air shows across Europe. We'll be broadcasting later on this year from the Royal International Air Tattoo, the biggest military air show in the world, 6 days of aviation action. We'll also be up in Scotland later this year. There's several others to come as well. We also produce on-demand programmes, and we have an archive of air show programming that dates all the way back to the 1980s. You can watch hundreds of hours of air show content going all the way back to the glory days of F4s and Jaguars and other such types hooning around the skies of air bases that very often don't exist anymore. If you fancy a little bit of airshow nostalgia, Planes TV is an excellent place to find it. Taxiing down the runway at the moment, we have Luke Gepiella in his Edge 540. He's not on the practice schedule, and he's following a vehicle. There clearly is no indication of imminently taking off. So I'm not sure if we're expecting to see a flying display or practice from Luke today, but certainly over the next few days Luke will be taking part in multiple flying displays, both flying this Edge 540 but also flying his Carbon Cub as well. You wouldn't know from looking at it, but this Edge 540, by the way, used to be owned by the late great Hannes Ark, the double Red Bull Air Race world champion, the champion of 2007 and 2008. I was describing a few moments ago the Planes TV streaming service and the depth and breadth of aviation content that you can find on there. And we really have covered hundreds and hundreds of air shows over the course of 3.5 decades. And while we have a bit of a lull in the action here, we thought we'd show you a little taste of the sort of thing that you can see.
Troop reinforcements are needed. Royal Marine Commandos, the famous Junglies, are brought in by Sea Kings. Each can carry up to 25 fully armed men. Speed is of the essence to get the helicopters clear of the battlefield to fetch in more troops and supplies. And it all ends in an almighty firefight.
The A400M in tanker mode with the two Tornadoes taking up the pre-contact refueling positions.
Of course, the best always comes last at any air show. Everybody at Le Bourget said the displays were phenomenal. The Cobra maneuver from the Russians leaves a lasting impact. The X-31 must take the prize for the best performance of the show.
Now, one of the things that we saw in that little compilation that caught both of our eyes was a clip of tornadoes from Riat 2023, and that's really apt given what's coming up over the next few days.
Yeah, and I think it's worth mentioning the German Air Force renaissance in the airshow world. Certainly, definitely this year, but also from 2022 as well.
Yeah, 2022 they set up their first official display team for many years, and that was flying the Eurofighter EF2000, what we more normally know as the Typhoon, and officially in German service it's the Eurofighter. And then there followed a couple of years later the A400M. This year we've got two more. We've got a second Eurofighter display team, and we've also got the Tornado that's going to be debuting here in Leszno. But we've been seeing quite a number of special flypasts over recent years as well, and that was one of them that we saw in that little clip.
Yes, that was the A400 and a pair of Tornadoes simulating a buddy-buddy refuel that was at Riat back in 2023.
Well, we had, first of all, we had the two Tornadoes simulating tanking behind the Atlas. Then we had the buddy-buddy refueling with the two Tornadoes. It was a really wonderful sequence. So rare to see a Tornado in a flying display at that point. We had no idea that an actual Tornado display team was coming along just a couple of years away. But that went down as one of the absolute highlights of Riat that year.
Yes, I think any display that has a Tornado in it, the Tornadoes are always among the enthusiasts mentioned as a highlight of their day.
And I think, given we have Tornado action coming up over the next few days, what better performance to look back on in a more extended form than that one? We're about to see a German Air Force Tornado solo display. Let's look at a German Air Force Tornado flypast from Riat 2023.
But otherwise, A400Ms are able to refuel everything from helicopters to other large aircraft and fighters, a pair of Cobham hose and drogue units under the wings, and also the addition of a hose drum unit on the fuselage is possible, which would enable the A400M to refuel 3 helicopters at once. The A400M in tanker mode with the two Tornadoes behind each wing taking up the pre-contact refueling positions. And the first time they used that capability was to support sorties against Daesh, basing the aircraft out of Jordan. More recently, they've used the A400M in tanker mode to refuel multinational assets on combat air patrols relating to the enhanced air policing effort following the start of the conflict in Ukraine. We've got the two tornadoes coming through again, and this is the demonstration we described of another tanking capability, namely buddy refueling.
Well, that was really memorable, that display, and part of the Sky Tanker theme, a really entertaining Riat this year, Riat that year, because there was so much that was unusual. The other thing that really sticks in my mind, Sky Tanker, was the French CF-135 fly past on the Friday in terrible weather, but on the Wednesday in really nice conditions. That was a fantastic fly past, and if you want to relive Riat 2023, and indeed many of the recent Riats, we have coverage of that on watch.planestv.com. We've got the edited programmes that in the old days would have been sold on DVD, but more recently they've been released exclusively online. You can also, if you are so inclined, rewatch the entire live broadcasts, and that includes the extended cut, if you like, of that Tornado and A400M performance, and many, many others. Well, what you can see in the middle of your screen now is the Czech Air Force W3A Sokol, which did perform a practice display this morning. There were a couple of practice displays in the morning, and we weren't able to bring those live to you. There wasn't really enough action. It was too sparse. It was a practice and then a couple of hours and then one more practice and so on. So we didn't bring that to you live, but what we can do, as well as showing you these lovely clips of it on the ground, is relive its practice display from earlier on. We have a full replay of it, so you haven't missed out on the action, and indeed there it is, footage from this morning now on your screens with rotors running. Just to be completely clear about this, we are not watching live footage now, so if you're in the vicinity of Leszno airfield and you're wondering why you can't see and hear a Sokol, that is because this footage was recorded at around about 10:30 this morning. And Kieran, the paint scheme on this aircraft, it's not the normal paint scheme that we've seen from Czech Sokols on the airshow circuit.
No, so this is painted as a search and rescue Sokol. It's different in that the Czech Air Force helicopters were painted in the greeny grey camouflage that we've seen from the Mi-24s and the Mi-17s at air shows past, and also from the Sokol that we saw at Riat and other airshow venues a couple of years ago. This is different. This is in a very bright white and red scheme. It looks very, very good. It
really does. I was so pleased when we saw this particular Sokol turning up here at Leszno yesterday afternoon. It came in, and we've seen the grey one, the green one, quite a few times. We saw it at Riat in 2022, I think it was. We've seen it here at Leszno in recent years, but lovely to have this more colourful variation. And if you haven't seen this display before, then you may be surprised, because it is really dynamic. There's also a very nice party trick with the Hoist that I've not seen from any other helicopter display team coming up in a little while. But here it is, our recording from earlier this morning of the 243rd Helicopter Squadron of the Czech Air Force with the W3A Sokol. There you see it performing a couple of hammerheads, going into a second one there on the B axis at some pretty gutsy angles of pitch there. And now a quick stop manoeuvre, bringing the aircraft to a stop into the hover at show centre, and thus will commence the first of two search and rescue demonstrations that form this display. insertion there of 2 members of ground crew.
All of Czech's 10 Sokols of the standard W-3A transport version, although some have been modified to undertake medical evacuation and search and rescue duties. Czech Sokols are on permanent standby at 4-minute readiness by day and 10 minutes by night, and in total the Czech Air Force estimates that their Sokol fleet has helped save around 10,000 lives.
So what we're going to see now is the rescuers being picked up using the short haul. Now this is not a hoist, this is a fixed line, so it cannot really return them to the helicopter cabin. It can only carry them underneath the helicopter. So the 2 rescue crew are going to remain suspended in mid-air as the Sokol traces the shape of a figure of 8.
The rescuers are being deposited once again, leaving the Sokol free to commence a very dramatic handling demonstration.
Yeah, being very gently, cautiously lowered to the ground because, as I said, this is a short haul. It doesn't really get longer and shorter. But there they are, safely back on terra firma. They will disconnect themselves from the bottom of the short haul, which will then be pulled back into the cabin.
The aircraft is now performing a vertical spiral climb, initially to between 600 and 1200 feet. The W3 is a Polish-designed multi-purpose helicopter, very loosely based on the Mil Mi-2, produced by PZL Svidnik. It was the first helicopter to be entirely designed and built in Poland, with its first flight occurring in 1979.
Helicopter coming back into the hover once again, and now we're going to see sideways flight up and down the display line. And now we're going to see some of the most dramatic manoeuvring of the display with some really aggressive, tight circles and reversals at a very steep nose-down attitude. We just saw the first one, there's more coming up. And that's really quite something for a helicopter of this class.
Sokol there really showing its manoeuvrability. Reversing now in preparation for another nose over. It was expected that the Soviet Union would become a major operator of the type, but the W3 never saw the Eastern Bloc sales success that its manufacturer had anticipated.
Yeah, but despite that, it's arguably still one of Poland's most successful aviation exports, a helicopter which has served in many roles with a large number of operators. It's in military service with 8 nations. It flies for non-military government operators in many more, and its roles range from light transport to VIP conveyance, medical evacuation, air ambulance duties, search and rescue either over land or at sea, firefighting, command and control, artillery fire control, electronic reconnaissance and more.
This, the W3A, is the basic military transport version, and in that role it can carry up to 12 personnel and a payload of 2.2 tons.
And Czechia came to acquire those W3As in a slightly unusual circumstance. They were in need of some light multi-purpose helicopters but had a surplus of fighters, so they organised a swap with the Polish military, trading 10 MiG-29s for 10 of these Sokols. The second part of the rescue demonstration. This time, a crucial difference between the previous pickup that we saw. The rescue workers are being collected using the hoist rather than the short wall. This means they can be winched up and down while the helicopter is in flight. And this is a really fine party trick. The helicopter climbing and descending, but the winch operator is using the hoist to keep the rescue workers at an exactly level altitude. This manoeuvre, very appropriately, is called the yo-yo.
And the 2 rescue workers now return to the aircraft, which will then climb to between 600 and 1200 feet. They'll climb back inside the cabin, and they better find something to hold on to because the helicopter is about to do something rather bizarre for a helicopter and enter one of those very dramatic descending spirals.
Yeah, we'll see the climb taking place first. They're given a range of between 600 and 1,200 feet. We are, I think, at the lower end of the spectrum in this footage because there was a really strong on-crowd wind at that point in the day. And of course, the higher you go, as a general rule, the stronger the wind gets, the harder it gets to judge your reference points. It doesn't help that in a helicopter, typically the airspeed indicator doesn't really work below about 20 knots because there's too much interference from the rotor downwash. So not getting too high so as to keep good ground reference points. There's the descending spiral as we come towards the end of this display. Another 270-degree quick stop, bringing the helicopter into the hover at show centre to end the show, of course, with a bow. A wonderful practice earlier today from the 243rd Helicopter Squadron of the Czech Air Force, based on the outskirts of Prague. We cannot wait to see them live later on in the week. That was the W3A Sokol. And here we have live action as the Flying Bulls come in for their arrival. What a marvellous sight. Flying Bulls, really wonderful supporters of the Antidotum Airshow. We've enjoyed seeing their Warbirds here several times in the past. And once again, much like that brilliant show in 2021, they're going to get a wonderful display slot sometime around sunset, a little bit before sunset. And the light at that point really is just phenomenal. I cannot wait to see these Warbirds blasting off down Leszno's grass runway in those sunset conditions.
So Corsair's the first Warbird coming into land.
These aircraft so rare, the only flying P-38 outside North America, now coming over the perimeter fence and touching down on the grass runway here at Leszno.
Yes, as you say, Adam, the Europe's only P-38, airworthy P-38, I should say, they're coming into land of 9 airworthy P-38s in the world, so we're quite lucky to have that one.
We are
flying
we
all over
really
Europe.
And B-25s, now I'm reluctant to count the number of airworthy B-25s in Europe because it's a slightly tricky thing to keep track of, but as far as you know, you're better connected, you keep more abreast of this sort of thing than I do. To the best of your knowledge, so we see the B-25 on the screen now, how many flying B-25s are there in Europe at the moment?
Well, Adam, currently, as of right now, this is the only airworthy B-25. There's one other one in the Netherlands. That was Sarina. That was flown quite a while in the 1990s, and it came back onto the circuit around about 2013. We certainly saw it at a couple of shows in 2013.
Yes, I remember.
14.
Remember it. I think at Dunsfold doing a
Yes.
formation with Sally B.
Yes, and also that happened at Shoreham as well in 2013. But unfortunately, that aeroplane's been down for maintenance for quite some time now. The other B-25 is, strictly speaking, not in the country yet. It's for a Swiss owner. It's for the same owner as the classic formation that you might be familiar with, the formation of Beech 18s and Douglas DC-3 and also Douglas C-47.
Yes.
The same owner has purchased B-25D Grumpy, which was with the fighter collection for quite a while in the 1980s and the 1990s.
And this is your favourite B-25.
It certainly is one of my favourite B-25s. Well, it certainly was my favourite B-25 because the scheme was fantastic. It was painted as a 9th Air Force RAF medium ground bomber used in the Normandy campaign. And it was in that colour scheme all the way through TFC's ownership, and then also with John Sessions' Historic Flight Foundation. Unfortunately, the aeroplane has been stripped. It's now bare metal. It has gone through an extensive restoration process for the past 2 years. I'm really hoping the aeroplane will be put back into the Grumpy scheme, because it is absolutely fabulous, and it's also a very unique scheme for a B-25. There's only one other B-25 in the world that has a similar scheme to that one, and that's based with the Canadian Warplane Heritage Museum. So that would be my wish. Whether or not that comes to light, I really don't know. But regardless of that, it would just be great to see another B-25 across European skies.
I just want to say, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you slightly cynically thinking that maybe we're just reading from notes, all of that information about the history of various B-25s and their paint schemes and so on was just off the top of Kieran's head. Not something that we'd specifically prepared at all. I'm very impressed. You mentioned classic formation. It's not relevant to Leszno, but I do want to pick up on that point nonetheless, just because I know there was a Facebook post that we put out a couple of weeks ago from Ian out in Pardubice, where classic formation were part of the lineup, and there were some questions that were asked about the nature of our coverage of Pardubice. Well, we're going to several mainland European shows this year, not to produce a live broadcast, but to produce an edited programme of perhaps 1 to 2 hours with narration and perhaps some cockpit angles, very similar to the DVDs that we used to produce back in the 2000s, and those edited programs will be available on our streaming service watch.planestv.com. We'll be covering Pardubice in that manner. Last weekend I was out at Aire 25 in Spain, one of the biggest air shows of the year. That was the 40th anniversary of Patrulla Aguila and their last ever performance on C-101 Avio jets. Wonderful show, enjoyed myself very much, had a lot of good food as well, but that's not important. And those programmes will be coming to the streaming service later this summer, in addition to some other European air shows, but I'm not going to name drop those yet, just because we haven't necessarily dotted all of the I's and crossed the T's.
And I was just going to mention, Adam, you mentioned the fabulous looking Spanish show from last weekend. Quite bittersweet in some regards, because of it was its final display of Patrulla Aguila, which for those that are joining in on the live stream and have been going to air shows for years, they've been quite prominent among the circuit. Well, certainly since, was it around 1987? They first appeared on the scene?
Well, it was their 40th anniversary this year, so it would have been 85.
Right.
But yes, they've been prolific airshow performers right across Europe, but particularly supporting some of those southern European shows. And I'm a big fan of them. I think they've got great paint schemes. They are rare, interesting aircraft. How often really do you see C-101 Avio jets in a flying display apart from in the hands of Patrulla Aguila? Basically never. I thought they were a great team. I was really thrilled to be there for their final show, and they saved the best till last, because I've seen Aguila on many occasions, but that was one of the best Aguila performances I have seen. They really put some heart and soul into that last show on the C-101, or the E-25 to give it its formal Spanish Air and Space Force designation. Now, I should be clear, it was not Patrulla Aguila's final ever show, because they are getting Pilatus PC-21s, and Kieran, I don't know about you, but I think their display is actually very well suited to the PC-21, and I'm looking forward to seeing them on that type at some point, perhaps next year.
Absolutely. The PC-21 is a very, very versatile performer, and it really does have airshow presence.
It does, it does. I think a lot of people who haven't seen it are quick to dismiss it as a turbo trainer, like, for example, the PC-7, but the PC-21 has much more power. It makes much more noise. The wings are slightly swept and they're quite short. It performs like a jet. It performs better than quite a lot of jets. There are a couple of formation teams out there already flying the PC-21, and they have a lot of presence, and I am really quite excited by the prospect of seeing Aguila with PC-21s. Great smoke systems as well. They don't take centerline smoke like we're used to seeing, but they have Sanders smoke pods under the wings, which I think looks tremendous anyway. But a formation of 6 of them, maybe with the tricolor going, that's going to be great.
Absolutely. We can't wait to look forward to seeing that in future airshow years to come.
But let's get back to the live action rather than talking about where we were last weekend, because there's some lovely views there of the Red Bull Warbirds taxiing in their T-28 on the screen now, an absolutely fascinating aeroplane because it flew with no fewer than 4 different air forces over the years. including operating in South Asia. It took part in a very interesting, little-known conflict in Laos, during which Laos became the most bombed country per capita in the world. And this aeroplane was part of it, flying for a shadowy CIA-affiliated organisation that helped designate the bombing targets. Great to see these warbirds on the ground here. They've got so much presence, glinting in the sun as we start to get this late afternoon light. You'll notice, if you're familiar with the Antidotum Airshow and you're tuning in for the first time, there's a bit of a difference this year because all the aircraft are parking over the far side of the airfield. They used to line up in front of us. The reason for that change is twofold. First of all, the spectator area has been expanded this year, so the attendance is projected to be about 80,000, whereas in previous years we've had only 60,000 people on the showground over the course of the weekend. So we're getting an extra 10,000 people per day through the gates. Showground has got bigger. That's necessitated the move of aircraft over to the other side. The other reason is because this is very much a show that moves through various different moods. It progresses over the course of the evening. If you've got a glider display team like Team Blanix performing to live orchestral music, what you probably don't want is to have a whole load of aircraft running up their engines right in front of you in preparation for their act in 20 minutes time, because that does kind of shatter the mood a little bit. So by moving everything over to the far side, Leszno, the Antidotum Airshow organisers, are really enhancing their ability to not just create an airshow, but to create emotions. Coming in now from the right-hand side, we have a static participant from the Polish Air Force, Polish Special Forces unit within the Air Force, and this is a Mi-17, complete with those outrigger pylons on the wings, which can be used to house pods for unguided rockets, among other things. Particularly important in the case of this particular unit, which specialises in the insertion and extraction of troops from high-intensity combat environments. An eyes-level view there from the top of our filming and commentary position, and if you're wondering where we are on the airfield, well, we are bang on show centre. In fact, we are show centre. This building is the show centre marker. We're roughly in the middle of the crowd line. There's a couple of spotter zones out to each side. The main stage where the orchestra will be performing is behind us, and in fact there you see the edge of the stage as the Mi-17 disappears behind us to take up its position in the static display. Well, there you see the spotters area at the bottom of your screen, one of 3 spotters areas here at Antidotum Airshow Leszno. You can see them all craning around rearwards to see, unfortunately, the one bit of the airfield that we can't see as the Mi-17 makes its way back around for another pass. Now that's how to arrive into an airshow static display in a helicopter. Another of our local landmarks in the background there, that's a chicken farm, that large building. Just in the back of shot you can see another of the 3 spotters areas. There's 3 of them around the airfield here. If you are into your airshow photography, then this is a great place to come. 3 photo pits, 1 at show centre, 1 down at the far left end there, which is great for catching topside passes as the aircraft come banking round the corner of the crowd line. There's actually another spotter area out underneath the display area on the opposite side of the runway. Now, there is one thing that I haven't mentioned yet that is a really significant part of our broadcast. I've talked about the lineup, I've talked about the live music. What I haven't talked about is the live drone filming, because we can take this air show drones and put them into the display area in a very carefully rehearsed way, of course, and we can give you a view of the flying displays that very few airshow live broadcasts are able to replicate. That's not something that we've been doing thus far. I'm not sure if we're going to get the drones up during any of the later practice displays today. I think we're aiming to, but I'm not 100% certain. However, if you do join us over the weekend broadcasts, I say weekend, Friday and Saturday is our weekend here at Leszno. If you join us for those broadcasts, we are going to have the drones up and about for the vast majority of the flying displays. In some cases inside the display area, or at the very least before providing some lovely wide-angle aerial shots from up behind the crowd. It's quite a spectacular sight, and something that we are very proud to be bringing you. It's the result of a many years long process. The drone team here have been working on this show since 2020, gradually increasing. There's the drone ground station. You can see one of their Mavic drones on the ground. It's one of several types that they're using this weekend. They've been building this up ever since 2020, gradually working with an increasing pool of pilots, getting the drones closer to the action. This is all being done in accordance with Polish and European regulation, of course, constant communications with the flying display director and the pilots themselves. It's very carefully rehearsed to keep things safe and legal, but nonetheless it really looks very spectacular, and there aren't many air shows where this sort of thing happens, so we're looking forward to bringing you all of that footage. If you are just joining us, then the warmest of welcomes to our practice day broadcast from Antidotum Airshow Leszno 2025. We've got an evening of rehearsals taking place, and you can see a short replay here of one of our practice displays from earlier in the day. This is a practice of the grand opening of Antidotum Airshow Leszno 2025, a formation display of no fewer than 4 current and former German Army aviation types making their way through the middle of a water cannon salute there. They also performed some formation flypasts as well. We'll be here for the next 2 days, broadcasting the airshow proper exclusively on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. And if you would like to watch the broadcast over the next couple of days, you will need to be a paid-up member to our streaming service. We've got a discount code available. Use the code Leszno25 to get 20% off your first 3 months. You can also use it on the annual subscription as well. For as long as you maintain your Plains TV membership, you'll be able to access all of our airshow live broadcasts, which will include the Royal International Air Tattoo coming up in a few weeks' time. You will also be able to access our back catalogue of hundreds of airshow programmes dating back to the 1980s. We've got a really strong and varied lineup here at Antidotum Airshow Leszno 2025. We've got everything from fast jets through to microlights and hot air balloons, all performing some wonderfully imaginative display routines. And if you're not familiar with the air show here in Leszno, despite the fact that it's been gaining enormous respect and reputation over the last few years, then this little video will just give you a little taste of the sort of thing that we're expecting to see over the next few days. It'll also showcase some of the extraordinary drone filming that we are very much hoping to bring to you. Quickly becoming a bucket list event for airshow fans, the Antidotum Airshow in Leszno, Poland is now one of the biggest airshows in Central Europe, and it's on track for its best ever edition this year. Planes TV is live streaming the training sessions and the main show days, including stunning aerial filming from inside the flying displays. As ever, the Antidotum thrives on creativity and variety, a roughly 7-hour show that features all manner of flying machines and runs late into the night, accompanied by plentiful fireworks and a live orchestra. Among the stars of this year's show, no fewer than 4 display teams from the German military: the Eurofighter EF2000, NH90, the rarely seen and fully aerobatic Tiger, and the world debut of the German Air Force's new Tornado demonstration team. We'll also see aviation of a bygone age from pterodactyl flight and the Flying Bulls, among others. And some of Europe's top civilian aerobatic teams will join the party, including the Baltic Bees and the Hawks of Romania. This is an airshow that always does things differently, and we're also expecting to see one-off special formations, combat reenactments and set-piece displays, many of which are being kept as a surprise. Then, after darkness falls, we'll see the nighttime flare dumps that made this airshow famous, followed by a multi-aircraft pyro-musical grand finale, the like of which has never been seen at an airshow before. The Antidotum Airshow is bold, ambitious, unique and spectacular, equally beloved by hardcore enthusiasts and the general public alike. This truly is an airshow like no other. One of the many things that we'll be seeing as part of that tremendous lineup is a civilian reimagining of a team that no longer exists anymore, and a team that I never got to see. As a big fan of jet teams, I'm really disappointed that I never got to see it, but they flew their last show in 2022 and I never had the opportunity before that to go and watch them. And the team I'm referring to is Poland's former national aerobatic team, Biała Czerwona Iskra. But Kieran, you have seen them.
Yes, I saw them at Riat back in 2003, and I believe they were flying either 5 or 6 TS-11s at a time. The Polish Air Force over the years with their national teams, they fluctuate with how many aircraft they have per year.
And Team Orlik is the same, always has been the same. They've been as large as 9 on occasion. They're fluctuating usually between 4 and 6 at the moment.
So I remember seeing either 5 or 6 back in 2003 at Fairford, and I also saw them at Izmir in 2011 for the centennial show of the Turkish Air Force back in Izmir, June 2011. Fantastic show. And I also saw them at Zhukovsky, which was the utterly phenomenal 100 years anniversary of the Russian Air Force show. Obviously, we've got the DVD of that show available on watch.planestv.com. Adrian consistently mentions it as the best air show he has ever attended. I probably have to agree. I've been to many air shows all over the world, for the better part of nearly 30 years, and I strongly contest that the 100-year show at Zhukovsky back in 2012 was definitely the best show I've certainly ever been to and ever likely will do.
Now, it's interesting you mention having seen Biała Czerwona Iskra at the Turkish Air Force Centenary Show at Izmir in 2011, because we do actually have a clip of that team at that show, but I didn't know you were going to say that, so we don't have it ready right at this precise second, but we will, I'm sure, watch it later today. What we do have is a clip of Biała Czerwona Iskra at Fairford in 1995. So let's have a look at that, and then we'll talk about what we're going to see this coming week.
Team Iskra, which fly 9 Polish-built TS-11 Iskra jet trainers, attached to the Polish Air Force Academy headquarters at Deblin Arena.
So that clip came from British Airshow's 1995, a programme available on our streaming service. In fact, a programme that was made available just in the last few weeks, so if you are already a member and you haven't seen British Airshow's 1995 yet, I commend it to you. Wonderful team, as we have just clearly seen. We're not seeing that team anymore because they don't exist, but we are seeing something that has shades of it this weekend.
Absolutely. I believe we've got a pair of TS-11 Iskras coming to display for us the next couple of days.
We do indeed, from a civilian organisation called Biała Czerwona Skrzydła, based at Mielec Airfield, and they have been stalwart of Polish air shows, usually flying solo displays for the last few years. The two-ship displays are relatively new. We've never seen one of their two-ship displays at Leszno before. If anyone tuned into our Antidotum Airshow Leszno broadcast from last year, we saw a solo display with fireworks at sunset. Well, this time we're going to see a two-ship display at daytime. The Iskras will also be involved in the night show in a capacity, but I wouldn't call it a display by them. We'll talk more about that when the time comes.
Well, we're very much looking forward to that. The TS-11 is very much in the same bracket as the Aviojet, as you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
A rare classic jet now, I guess, because
absolutely.
Service. Well,
of course, the Iskra, an aircraft that was developed with the hope of it becoming the primary training aircraft of the whole of the Warsaw Pact. And that didn't work out at all. It lost out to the L-29 Delfin in that competition, and it was only Poland that procured the TS-11 within Europe. I think India might have procured a small number of them as well. Nowadays, all of them retired from military service. They were pretty much obsolete as trainers long before they were retired, and actually it got to the point where the Polish Air Force was having to send its cadet pilots overseas to learn in more advanced aircraft, because there was simply no way that the Iskra could prepare a pilot to fly a modern high-performance fighter like an F-16C. The Polish Air Force now flies the M346 Bielik in the role that the TS-11 has vacated, but a fair number of those TS-11s have been handed over to this civilian organisation, Biała Czerwona Skrzydła, which means the red and white wings, and they have painted some of them in very patriotic, very smart red and white paint schemes. I believe it's two of those specially painted aircraft that we're going to be seeing performing that pairs display tomorrow and Saturday. We will also be seeing them fleetingly today, but not performing a full routine. Well, we still have plenty of action coming up today, and we will run through the rest of what we're expecting to see, which will include the Slovenian Air Force PC-9M Hedonic solo display, which is in around about 10 minutes from now, performing a practice flight. And then after that we have badge formation, and I think we're now close enough to badge formation that we may as well explain what it is. Kieran?
So, are you sure I'm allowed to say this now, Adam?
Well, I'm letting you talk about it so that it's you that gets in trouble rather than me, but I'm sure it's fine.
So, badge formation. We have got a collection of fast jets. So we've got the Polish Air Force F-16 Fighting Falcon. We've got the German Air Force Eurofighter EF-2000. And we've got the German Air Force Panavia Tornado.
We do.
Now, formation might give us a clue or as an indication as to what this will now consist of.
Yeah.
So we will aim to have the trio of jets together for a collection of passes.
Yeah.
Which will hopefully happen. Are we thinking in around about?
Well, 18:10 local time is
so
the
about
planned
30
start
minutes
time.
from now.
Yeah, it's a planned 40-minute slot. The idea being, because this is all very new, they're going to work through it several times. Now, we're not quite going to see the full thing today, because the hope, I believe, is that this will be performed with flares on the actual show days. There's not going to be any flares today. We're crossing our fingers for that. There's no 100% confirmation of the flares, but we're crossing our fingers. Nonetheless, what a treat it's going to be to see those three aircraft together for a quite protracted period as part of our practice session. After that, we've got the Baltic Bees jet team at 19:30. We've got White Wings, and then we've got the Hawks of Romania, the Flying Dragons closing things out. There's one other display practice that I skipped over there because it requires a bit of explanation, and that is a practice of the grand finale. The grand finale is a special set piece involving no fewer than 11 flying machines all sharing the sky at the same time. There is live music, there are fireworks. I'm kind of a bit reluctant to hype that up too much, because the intention is that it will happen in pitch darkness, and pitch darkness is not what we're going to have tonight. There are not going to be fireworks. There is probably not going to be live music either. So we're going to get an indication of what the grand finale will look like, but we're not going to see a great piece of showmanship today. So you very much do have to be watching the stream or attending the show in person tomorrow to get a full flavour of what the grand finale is going to be. If you're new to Planes TV, then I'll just introduce the team that we've got here at the Antidotum Airshow this week. Our second consecutive year covering this show. Down in the office 2 floors below, we've got Adrian and Ian, who are together working on mixing the show. On camera up here, we've got Adrian on the long lens camera, we've got Andy on the wide angle camera, we've also got a camera on the far side of the airfield, not conducting any live coverage, but we will increasingly, as the days go by, be feeding some of that footage on a delay into our broadcasts. And that's George, a first-time member of our team, who's out collecting all of that footage. We've got the drones as well, the drone team led by Antec, and we'll be seeing much more from them as the week progresses. On commentary, you're listening to me, Adam, and I'm joined by another first-time member of the Planes TV team, Kieran. Kieran, you may as well introduce yourself for those who missed the start of the broadcast.
Yeah, my name's Kieran Lear. I am a massive aviation enthusiast. My job is working in aviation as well. I work with the Battle Brit Memorial Flight as one of their mechanical engineers, working on the Spitfires, Hurricanes, Douglas Dakota, a pair of de Havilland Chipmunks, and of course the fantastic Avro Lancaster. I also volunteer at the Shuttleworth Collection, which for those of you that don't know that are listening to the stream right now, the Shuttleworth Collection is a private collection based at Old Warden in Bedfordshire. They have around 20 to 30 aircraft, ranging from Edwardian aircraft through to the Mark V Spitfire. And they have a collection of shows throughout the year. This year it's 7 shows. We've already had 2, and we've got the fantastic-looking Festival of Flight happening next weekend.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. And both of us sharing a bit of a link there, because we both volunteer at the Shuttleworth Collection. You as an engineer, and me as one of their commentators.
Yes.
But you've been to air shows all over the world, and between the two of us, we've probably been to hundreds of air shows in dozens of countries. This one is so exciting. It's the pinnacle of my season. Now on the screen, the arrival of the AMBO aerobatic team from Lithuania with their 3 Yak 50s. Breaking into the circuit to land, AMBO will be taking part in the evening portion of our flying display. They are one of the many teams here in Leszno that fly with fireworks on the aircraft. A team that I've seen before out in China, actually, performing a day show. I've never seen their night show. I'm looking forward to it, because while the fireworks they carry don't necessarily last very long, they are big.
Yes, the Yak 50s was quite a common airshow performer in the UK and in Europe, certainly in the 1990s and the 2000s. I seem to recall the Aerostars used to have 6 or 7 Yak 50s and Yak 52s.
Yes, a tremendous team, the Aerostars. Defunct as of 2016, I seem to recall. Maybe they made it a little bit later than that. Of course, we had the Yakovlevs as well, no longer extant. Flew their last show a couple of years ago. Not many teams left flying.
And of course, Adam, don't forget, in 1995 you had the Red Star Racing.
We did indeed. But great to have AMBO taking part in these aircraft that were purpose designed for the Soviet competition aerobatic team. Very high performance aeroplanes, and they flew them right to the limit, such that they only survived a few dozen flight hours before they were forcibly retired. This is one of the few airshow acts from the Baltic states. They're based in Kaunas in Lithuania, a country with a proud history of formation aerobatics dating back to the First World War, and this is the modern-day iteration of that tradition. The team was founded in 2010. They're particularly well known for their extreme low-level flying, including bomb bursts performed while flying underneath cranes or gantries or bridges. They're also well known for using various special effects to enhance their show. They're one of the few civilian aerobatic teams to use coloured centerline smoke, usually in the Lithuanian national colours of yellow, green and red. They're also capable of performing pyrotechnic displays at night, and it's the latter that we'll be seeing here at the Antidotum Airshow. They perform precision aerobatic routines in countless nations, Central and Eastern Europe, as well as in China, where I last saw them, and in the Republic of Korea. And at the controls of Team AMBO is Robertus Norieka, Algimantas Zentilis, and the former president of Lithuania, Rolandas Paksas.
Just talking about the Yak 50s there, Adam, and a bit of airshow nostalgia. I do remember Cosford 2010 in what can honestly only be described as horrendous conditions. The Aerostars performing a full display right at the end of the show at Cosford. The rain was pouring down, and then all of a sudden you had these 6 Yak 50s. I think it was always led by a Yak 52, but I could be wrong there. And they were just pulling up into loops, barrel rolls.
Phil Ansell, who used to lead the Aerostars?
I believe it was, yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong as well, but several prominent Warbird pilots today, characters like Gabriel Barton and Mark Levy, also come from a Yak 50-52 lineage.
Right.
So it's obviously a very capable aircraft in terms of its tailwheel endorsement for Warbird pilots.
Well, stands to reason, because of course various militaries adopted the 2-seat version, the Yak 52, as a training aircraft.
Absolutely, and the Yak 50 provides that tail dragger experience. So if you are wanting to fly aeroplanes, like as you can see with the lead Yak 50 there in front of aircraft like the Corsair, then they would need that ideal practice with a tail dragger. And what I mean by a tail dragger is you can see that the tail has a wheel process there, not like the nose configuration that you see nowadays with modern airliners and fast jets, etc., and also aircraft like the B-25 and the P-38. Those Yak 50s have got tail wheel. That means that for a pilot it's very hard to see ahead of them, so occasionally with Warbirds and other aircraft that have tail wheel, you'll likely see them weaving on the ground. That means that they're trying to get a view of the of what's in front of them, because as you can imagine, a pilot has a very restricted sight ahead of them. So you will see a lot of S-turning, we call it, weaving around on the ground, making sure the pilot knows exactly what's in front of them at all times.
I'm a big fan of formation aerobatic display teams, and we've got so many of them here at the Antidotum Airshow this year, flying really all kinds of aircraft. We've got these high-performance aerobatic machines, but albeit vintage ones, being flown by Team Anbo. We've got their more modern counterparts, the Extra 300 and Extra 330, being flown by the Hawks of Romania. We've got jets being flown by the Baltic Bees. We've got gliders, courtesy of White Wings and Team Blanix. We've also got paramotors from the Flying Dragons, paragliders from Fly to Live. It really is quite a remarkable assembly of formation teams.
It really is, Adam, and I know that we've had a discussion before about one particular team you just mentioned, and that has to be Team Blanix.
Yes.
Absolutely phenomenal team.
Yep.
Both of us have been lucky to see them in at different shows. I saw them at Hahnweide in 2016 and 19, and for a pair of gliders to have such a presence on the ground, everyone was just watching this poetry in motion of gliders just performing effortlessly, and it was magnificent, and I really am looking forward to seeing them this weekend.
And typically accompanied by great music as well.
Absolutely.
We're looking out now for our next flying display rehearsal, which is due to be the Slovenian Air Force PC-9M Hudurnik. It was due a couple of minutes ago, but would be quite understandable if that was set back by a little while to accommodate the arrival of Aerobatic Team Anbo and potentially other arrivals as well, of which we are as yet unaware. But we are keeping our eyes peeled and looking out to the skies so we can get a camera on that aircraft as soon as it arrives in our vicinity. As we do wait for it, I think it's worth just addressing the weather. If you are listening in at home, you might be hearing quite a lot of wind noise. Apologies about that. It is very, very, very windy. This is the worst it'll get. The next couple of days it's improving. But right now it is a direct crosswind across the runway. It's right in our faces. It's bouncing the cameras around. It's interfering with our microphones. Not so much the microphones picking up aircraft noise out in the field, but the ones that Kieran and I are wearing, which are not quite so resilient against the wind, simply because of their size. But we are hoping that the wind is going to improve, as indeed the forecast suggests that it shall do. You can see on your screen there the blue flags that mark the taxiway fluttering around. There's the windsock going at a 90-degree angle. It's really pretty blowy today, and it's gusty as well. It's not a steady wind, so challenging conditions for the pilots, particularly the pilots of the lighter aircraft. Hopefully, as we do come towards sunset, as we approach 5 p.m. local time, the wind will start to naturally die off anyway, just due to the time of day, as is usually the case. And that's one of the great virtues of holding an air show at this time of day. You get the light, you get the atmosphere, but statistically, you get better weather conditions as well. The Slovenian PC-9, we believe, is shortly inbound. Someone with sharper eyes than me thinks that they have spotted it out in the hold. And indeed, there it is. Still, by the look of it, a little while to go, as it looks like we could be setting up for a crowd rear arrival. This is a very high quality flying display contribution from one of the smallest air forces in Europe. The PC-9M Hudurnik is the only fixed-wing combat aircraft operated by the Slovenian Air Force, and one of only 9 such examples that they do operate. All 9 are part of the 152nd Aviation Squadron, where they serve both in the training and the combat roles. Starting with a crowd rear arrival, and I'm afraid we do struggle with crowd rear arrivals here because the orchestra stage is behind us and taller than us, but we got a camera on it just as quick as we could, and my goodness, it made quite a noise as it came in. Today's display pilot is Captain Andrei Fiorelli. He's in his 11th year as the Slovenian national display pilot, and during those 11 years he has been showered with accolades. This performance is a regular award winner at Europe's biggest military air shows, and a few months ago he won the European Airshow Council's Paul Bowen Trophy, recognising his outstanding performances and unwavering commitment to the art of aerial displays. The PC-9M is a Pratt & Whitney PT6A 62 turboprop producing 950 shaft horsepower and propelling it to a maximum speed of 320 knots with a service ceiling of 25,000 feet. And now an impressive demonstration of just how much power this diminutive aircraft has at its disposal with a half vertical 8, 2 half loops stacked on top of each other. And now a spin on the way down, 4.5 spins at least. In terms of G limits, this aircraft is rated at +7 and -3.5, and we'll see both extremes demonstrated over the next few minutes. Some particularly impressive flying on the negative G side. Diving towards us on the B axis for an on-crowd roll, and then up into the vertical. Speed bleeding away, and this will be for a tail slide. And watch now how the aircraft exits this tail slide, not by pulling back on the stick, but by pushing forwards. Continuing to push all the way through an outside half horizontal, immensely uncomfortable. There's some extraordinary use of negative G in this display. Now the aircraft comes over the top. The G changes from negative to positive after this succession of aileron rolls, as the aircraft dives back down onto the show line for a maximum rate, minimum radius turn. Very tight turn radius there, and straight into negative G again, pushing into something of a split S. These rapid transitions between positive and negative G are particularly punishing. Now back into positive G over the top. The PC-9 first flew in 1985. The first deliveries to Slovenia occurred in 1995, initially a trio of ex-US Air Force PC-9As that had been used as chase planes, and then in the late 90s they were replaced by 9 more modern PC-9M Swifts, or Hadurniks. Compared to the original A model, the PC-9M has an enlarged vertical stabilizer for better in-flight stability, stall strips on the leading edge of the wing to reduce the aircraft's tendency to enter a spin at very low airspeeds, and a new engine control interface. Most notably though, the PC-9M variant is also combat capable with 7 hardpoints, able to carry iron bombs, rocket pods and guns. I talked earlier about negative G. Well, what exactly is that? Well, that is basically when you're experiencing greater than the normal force of gravity, but upside down. So the blood is pooling in your head. It makes your eyeballs feel like they're about to burst. And coming up now, possibly the most impressive piece of negative G flying of the display. This is an outside avalanche, pushing all the way through a complete loop, pausing only for the briefest bit of respite as Captain Fiorelli performs an aileron roll on the top. And clearly he's a sucker for punishment, because we're now back into negative G once again. setting up shortly for a slow roll, probably the lowest, most precise slow roll that we'll see all season long. There's a couple of moments here when the aircraft is spending a protracted period in the knife edge, and thus the wings are producing no lift, so the nose wants to slice downwards. The pilot is making dozens of adjustments every second to the stick and pedals, ailerons, elevators and rudder, all being used simultaneously to hold exactly level altitude. And that really is some of the best aerobatic flying that you will ever see in a military combat aircraft. Well, sometimes we get encores here at Leszno, particularly on the practice day, but according to the sequence card, this will be the final pass, and he'll be rocking the wings to wave goodbye. That was Captain Andrei Fiorelli of the Slovenian Air Force 152nd Aviation Squadron, flying the PC-9M Hudurnik. Not a wing rock, but a very low, dirty pass. Well, I wonder if we will get our encore after all with that wing rock, or if he's back off to Grzezina Air Base up to the north, just on the outskirts of Poznan, which is where the military performers are staging from, or at least the fixed-wing military performers are staging from in this show. It does indeed look like he's heading off back to Grzezina. Kieran, that was a mightily impressive piece of flying.
Well, I was going to say, Adam, that I've seen the PC-9, this display quite a number of times, but that was phenomenal.
Yep.
It's always an excellent routine, but it's somewhere like here where it's not exactly on the confines of a 2-mile runway like Fairfield, for example. Being in such close proximity to something and a display like that, it was just absolutely staggering.
This is something that I try to explain to people, but they tend not to believe it until they've seen it. Everything is better here. It doesn't matter if you've seen it before. It doesn't matter if you think you know it really well. At this show, it's just one level better than it used to be. This is air shows turned up to 11.
Absolutely, Adam. That was absolutely tremendous.
If you've joined us relatively recently, then the warmest of welcomes to this Plains TV broadcast from the evening practice sessions the night before Antidotum Airshow Leszno 2025 begins. We're very pleased that you've chosen to spend your afternoon in our company. We will be broadcasting over the next 3 days. We're simulcasting on YouTube and on our streaming service for the practice sessions today. But come the airshow proper, we'll be broadcasting exclusively on our streaming service watch.plainstv.com. That is from approximately 3 p.m. until 11 p.m. local time tomorrow and Saturday. If you want to watch that, you'll need to be a member of our streaming service. Fortunately, we are offering a discount code. If you want 20% off, use the code Leszno25. That will get you 20% off your first 3-month subscription. You can also use it for an annual subscription. You can cancel at any time, but for the duration of your membership, you'll be able to access all of our live broadcasts, including from here in Leszno, from the Royal International Air Tattoo in a few weeks, and from other events across Europe. You'll also be able to access our back catalogue of programmes stretching all the way back to the 1980s. And here is a little glimpse of the sort of thing that you can expect to see on our streaming service.
Designated IDS, this German Navy-operated Tornado is identical to the RAF's GR-1.
very good reason that we chose to show you that clip rather than any other. That clip of the German Navy displaying a Tornado back in 1993. The reason we chose to show you that clip is because we are about to see a German Tornado, albeit from the Air Force, performing some practice displaying for us, not practicing its solo routine, which we'll be seeing later on in the week, but practicing something rather special in formation with some other assets.
Yes, I believe we now have 40 minutes worth of practice display consisting of the German Air Force Tornado, accompanied with 2 other jets.
Yeah, that really is a sentence to warm the cockles of your heart. 40 minutes of Tornado and others. This is a sequence called badge formation that we're expecting to see next, and the reason it's called badge formation, by the way, is because the Antidotum Airshow patch for this year features the 3 aircraft that we are about to witness: the Tornado IDS, the Eurofighter EF2000 and the F-16C. They will be performing a special formation routine over the course of the air show, and because it is a one-off sequence, naturally it has to be rehearsed. So they've got a 40-minute slot during which we're expecting to probably see 2 or 3 run-throughs of the sequence, which will only take probably 5 or 6 minutes apiece.
One of the jets that we're going to be seeing performing these practice displays is the Eurofighter EF2000, coming from the German Air Force. And as we've already discussed, the German Air Force provides 2 solo demonstrations of the EF2000 this year, that being a new thing for the 2025 display season. It's also worth mentioning that across Europe we've also got the RAF Typhoon display, we've got the Spanish Typhoon display. The RAF call it the Eurofighter Typhoon, the Spanish call it the Eurofighter Typhoon. The Italians with the Reparto Sperimentale Volo, they also provide the F-2000A Tifone solo display. And also, as we've just mentioned, the German EF2000 routine as well, courtesy of 2 demonstration teams. They're not just the operators of the Eurofighter Typhoon. There's many other operators across the world now, including Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and as of right now, Austria. But I do believe there are plans for the Austrian Air Force to retire the Tranche 1 Typhoons that they currently have. What they will replace them with remains to be seen. So that's the Eurofighter EF2000. The other jet part of the badge formation, along with the Tornado and Typhoon, is the F-16 Fighting Falcon. That coming from the Polish Air Force. The F-16 is quite possibly the most produced fast jet in the world. It's currently all over the world, particularly with the US, and the F-16 latest versions, most notably the F-16V, the F-16 plus 5.2 Fighting Falcon models are replacing old Soviet-era aircraft such as the MiG-29 and the MiG-21 in air forces across Europe, such as Slovakia and Bulgaria. So the Slovaks have retired their MiG-29s. They retired them, I believe, around 3 years ago, and they've replaced them with F-16Vs. There was one due to make an appearance at a Slovak show, and forgive me for pronunciation, Pistini, last weekend, although I did read that due to unforeseen circumstances the flypast did not happen. The Bulgarian Air Force are in the process of retiring their ageing MiG-29 and MiG-21 fleets, although I do believe the MiG-21 might already be retired, but they're certainly replacing the MiG-29s with F-16s. One came through Mildenhall a week or 2 ago on its way to Bulgaria. So the F-16, although it is a 50-year design, it celebrated its 50th anniversary of its first flight last year, still quite prominent, still getting modernised by the US and being delivered to air forces and air arms all over the world.
Very much so, and benefiting from the F-35 in a way, both being developed by Lockheed Martin, because some of the technology from that 5th generation fighter has been incorporated in the F-16V, thus massively enhancing its capabilities. The addition of active electronically scanned array radar, for example, large area displays in the cockpit, for example, so an incredibly potent fighter still. The Polish examples are relatively modern, delivered between 2006 and 2008. At the time of their delivery, they were the most advanced F-16s in the NATO alliance.
And the Tiger demo team, which is providing the F-16 for us over the next couple of days, it's been on the display scene, I believe, since around about 2014,
2015, because this is its 10th anniversary season. So 10th anniversary season, and thus it's performing at 10 shows in 7 countries all across Europe this year. And I saw it, gosh, was it only 2 weeks ago at the Cosford Air Show? Feels like longer. Like I have said several times on this broadcast already, though, there's nothing like seeing an act at Leszno, so hopefully with flares. I don't think that's been signed off yet, but it's certainly what we're all crossing our fingers for.
Yes, we're just waiting out for the formation of F-16, Eurofighter EF-2000 and Panavia Tornado to appear somewhere over the horizon.
Yeah,
they'll
be operating from Cezina, which is off to our north. That's out in front of us. It's an airbase on the outskirts of Poznan, which is actually home to the Tiger demo team. It's one of Poland's largest air bases. But the display itself will be starting from over our right shoulder. It'll consist of 3 manoeuvres. The first will be a topside pass, then there'll be a dumbbell reposition out to our left, a belly-up pass after that, and then we'll see all 3 aircraft approaching from the front on the B-axis for a bomb burst. And the reason I know that display routine so intimately is because I designed it. It's like a sort of grown-up version of playing with a Brio train set, really.
Yes, most of us, when we were children, used to make airshow lists and participation lists. Adam is still relaying that.
I'm not going to admit to that,
years.
But, you know, yeah. My fantasy airshow. Why is anyone else finding it so difficult to conceive the idea of having every jet team in the world in one place? That was the thought process of 14-year-old me.
My fantasy airshow list would consist of the Mosquito and then everything else based around that.
I'm going to allow a Mosquito at my fantasy airshow. I'll permit it. While we do wait for the fighters to appear, what I'm going to do is run through the schedule as it stands for the main flying displays over the next couple of days, which of course you can watch if you're a member of our streaming service watch.plainstv.com. The action will start a little after 3 o'clock with the grand opening. That's the performance we saw being rehearsed earlier, featuring the UH-1D, the NH-90 and the Tiger, as well as the Bol 105, so 60 years of aviation history of the German army being represented there. I'm not going to talk about what comes next because it hasn't been mentioned in public yet. Then we have the LIM 2, the Polish license-built version of the MiG-15. We've got Scandinavian Air Show with the Grum and AgCat performing their catwalk wing-walking display. Then we've got Heliforce with the Milmai 2 with its daytime show. We've got Georg Raab in his P-51D Mustang. We'd hope to see his Spitfire MH415 here in the flying display lineup this weekend. It would have been the first time a Spitfire had flown in a Polish flying display for quite some years. Unfortunately, a minor technical problem having been uncovered, so it brought his Mustang instead, which is another very lovely aeroplane. Then we have the 2 TS-11 Iskras of the Bialo-Czerwone Skrzydła formation team. the Flying Bulls aerobatic team. Now, when I was listing aerobatic teams earlier, I'd completely forgotten that we had the Flying Bulls coming. One of the most phenomenal civilian aerobatic teams in the world, flying their SBAC XA-42s. We've got pterodactyl flight with that First World War reenactment. We've got the German Army Tiger. We've got the Slovenian PC-9 that we just saw. Luke Jepiela in the Carbon Cub. Then we've got the Czech Air Force W3A Sokol. We've got Team Blanix, the German Eurofighter, Hawks of Romania. Luke Jepiela again, but flying the Edge 540. Then the Flying Bulls Warbirds with the P-38, B-25, T-28 and Corsair. The Tornado demo team, the world debut of the Tornado demo team, is at 19:23 tomorrow. Then we've got a mass hot air balloon launch combined with the Fly to Live paragliders. The White Wings formation team, the pair of gliders from the Aero Club Romania. The Baltic Bees jet team, the German Army NH90 performing just before sunset with flares. Then we've got badge formation performing right around sunset. The F-16 of Tiger demo team doing its solo display. After that, we've got the Polish Air Force C-130 Hercules. We've got Bob Grimstad in his Fournier RF-4D. We've got Team Anbo with the Yak-50s. We've got Heliforce again with the My-2, but doing their night show. We've got the Firemoths with their 4 flex-wing microlights, and it's more exciting than it sounds, I promise, not just because there's fireworks, but also because they're going to be doing a special one-off set-piece display, the likes of which I've never seen performed in public before. We've also got the Flying Dragons after that, and then we've got our grand finale, which is going to involve the Grumman Agcat. It's going to involve the TS-11 Iskra pair. It's going to involve the Bushcat and various other things. I'm not going to run through the whole list. We're going to get an idea later today of what the grand finale is going to look like, but just a partial idea and still in daylight. There is also, I think there's one other flying display participant which is not on here at the moment, but we're hoping that it's going to happen before anyone goes on an internet forum and says Planes TV is hinting about Sukhoi Su-22s. No, I'm very definitely not doing that. But there is a performer performing potentially just on one of the 2 days as a nice surprise, because of course there always are nice surprises here at Leszno. It's not very often that reciting a flying display running order takes that long, is it?
No, it really isn't, Adam. Just going back to what you were discussing about the Spitfire, that's coming from Gorg Raab's collection.
Or it would have been.
It was.
Sadly.
Apologies, yes, it would have been coming from the Flying Legends collection based at Siegerland in Flughafen in Germany. And that's owned and operated by Gorg Raab, who's... unfortunately, the Spitfire developed a landing gear issue, I believe, so the Spitfire is no longer attending, but he's brought his quite gorgeous P-51D Mustang Francis Dell.
Yes, we saw it land earlier.
Yeah, I saw that Mustang for the first time at Oshkosh back in 2019, and it was quite surreal seeing it again at Fairford, coming in for a static display on the Thursday of Riat 2022. And it's surreal seeing it out there on the far side now. His collection doesn't just include the Spitfire and P-51, it also includes a T6, a Corsair that was previously owned by Max Alpha Aviation Meyer Motors in Freiburg, and he's also recently announced that he will be restoring the Hispano Bouchon, the Rolls-Royce Merlin engined Messerschmitt 109, if you will. That's the aircraft that is at Fast Aero.
Now I didn't know that. I didn't know he was getting one of those. It's quite the collection that is growing. We had 2 of them here at Leszno last year because we had his P-51. We also had his Corsair. It's his wonderful Corsair. I think it was his first display since taking ownership of it.
I think you might be right there, yeah.
And a particularly special Corsair because it's the only airworthy Korean War veteran Corsair.
Absolutely. It's dash, I believe it is a Dash 7, so if you look at the front of the aircraft you can see the engine scoop is just a tiny bit different to the early model Corsairs, where it's almost streamlined. It's quite round, the front of a Corsair. Of course, it's round. It's a radial. It's a Pratt & Whitney R2800 on the front. But there were different modifications to the Corsair to allow that extra bit of power in later model Corsairs. And as you say, that aeroplane was a Korean War veteran. It flew for a long time in Germany before being sold. Well, it currently is still in Germany, but it was with Maxi Gainzer, Max Alpha Aviation for a large amount of years. And it was also in a French Navy scheme as well before being put into the quite superb black scheme that it now adorns. Gorgrad purchased it 2 or 3 years ago, and he's put it into a semi-devotion scheme, not necessarily obviously the scheme that you see on the film Devotion, which came out a couple of years ago, but if you look on the port side of the nose cowling, you'll be able to see Devotion written in red and white font on the side. So that's his own little tribute to the Devotion screening that came out in the cinemas 2 or 3 years ago. So Gorgrad building quite a strong collection of Warbirds, and it is really fantastic to see a new prominent Warbird organisation venturing out to air shows across Europe. Of course, back in the UK, we're welcoming his fabulous Corsair to Shuttleworth Festival of Flight next weekend.
We are indeed.
So we look forward to seeing that. And fingers crossed we get to see the P-51 and the Spitfire, and eventually the Bouchon follow suit as well.
Yeah. And now I should apologise to everyone. I've been neglecting the live chat terribly today because there's rather a lot to juggle, a bit more than usual, and I haven't got quite as many screens in front of me as I usually would. So apologies for not interacting with the live chat, but I did just notice that we've been sent £2 by our wonderful moderator, Chris Harmsworth. Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you for everything you do. And also I want to say a special thank you to Baz, who has sent us $10 Canadian to buy us, well, he says 1 cold beer in Poland. I think that'll get us more than 1 cold beer. Thank you very much, Baz.
Yes, we certainly don't live with the UK prices in Poland, that's for sure.
There's no shortage of beer here either. It was coming in by the crate on forklift trucks for the forthcoming pilot.
We shan't comment on how many crates of beer were seen earlier, but let's just say there were lots.
There is chatter in our headsets at the moment about the appearance of the 3 jets from badge formation. They're not within sight at the moment. They are still transiting down from Szczecin, getting ready for their formation sequence in a few minutes' time, which we're hoping they will run through on multiple occasions. Still at 5,000 feet at the moment, so we've got a few minutes yet. But it does look like they are starting to bank around behind us, which could indicate that they're getting set up for their opening pass, which is a topside pass from our left-hand side. From our right-hand side, I apologise. They're out to our left at the moment, and I'm very easily confused. There's really no excuse for it, is there? We're only, 2.5 hours in. Another 20 hours of broadcasting to go. The last day of Riat, you can hear in our commentary, my commentary, I should take ownership, shouldn't I? Last day of Riat, after about 50 hours of broadcasting, you can hear my brain already a little bit frayed, but still reasonably alert at the time, for the time being, as we await the arrival of this very exciting display participant. We marked the German contribution to Antidotum Airshow Leszno 2025 in the grand opening that you saw being rehearsed earlier on with the Tiger and NH90 from the German Army. Well, now it's time to give a nod to our friends from the German Air Force in this performance that has been dubbed Badge Formation. And here they come over our right shoulder. On your screen now, the wonderful sight of the F-16 leading in the Tornado and the Eurofighter EF-2000, this multinational display that we call Badge Formation, from the right. The two German jets being led through the Leszno airspace by none other than the Tiger demo team's F-16C Jastrob. And what a sight it is. If an F-16, Tornado and Eurofighter have ever performed a formation routine at a public event in the past, I certainly can't think what or where or when. This formation encompasses over 100,000 pounds of thrust and represents 3 combat aircraft which, at the time of their development, stood at the very pinnacle of military aviation technology. And thanks to a near constant stream of upgrades, they are 3 types that remain highly potent today. It's fascinating there in that close-up angle to see a size comparison between the 3 types, each one designed in a different era and for a different role. There's the diminutive F-16 with its 10-metre wingspan, the Tornado some 40% wider. The F-16 has an empty weight of 8.5 tonnes, the Tornado weighs 14 tonnes. The F-16 with a payload of 7.7 tonnes, the Tornado with a weapons payload of 9 tonnes. It's actually capable of taking the weight of an empty F-16 on its wings. These two air arms share very much in common, not least because under the NATO Enhanced Air Policing Programme they have struck a mutual agreement to protect one another's airspace. A mutual air policing agreement was signed in 2021, allowing each nation to intervene in the event that a threat is detected across the border, allowing German jets to operate in Polish airspace as required, and vice versa. It's not just in the air that the two nations cooperate, it's on the ground as well. For example, German Patriot surface-to-air missile systems have been stationed here in Poland since 2023, helping to defend Polish airspace on NATO's eastern flank. Germany has a special place in the hearts of all those who frequent the Antidotum Airshow, because for a few years now they have been very enthusiastic participants here. It was here in Leszno that they debuted the Eurofighter demonstration team in 2022, and this year the brand new Tornado demonstration team shall follow suit. Now the aircraft roll out on the B-axis towards us for the climax of badge formation. They're coming in for a bomb burst. Well, that was absolutely marvellous. Well, when they came in towards us for that bomb burst, again, like the grand opening, I had an image in my mind of what I wanted it to look like, but it was so much better in the flesh. Now, I believe the plan on show day is that following that bomb burst, the F-16 will go straight into its solo routine. There's no need for the F-16 to practice its solo display now because it's already conducted a couple of flights over this airfield in the last few weeks. So I think instead what we'll see is another run-through of the formation element of this show, which will of course require all of the aircraft to rejoin and reposition. But instead it looks like we're getting the solo routine from the Tornado. Coming to us from Taktisches Luftwaffengeschwader 33, based at Fliegerhorst Buckel, and this is a practice display ahead of the team's first ever public performance tomorrow. The term Tornado refers to a family of 3 distinct aircraft types. The Tornado ECR, electronic combat and reconnaissance aircraft, used exclusively by Germany. The Tornado ADV, air defence variant, which was an interceptor fighter used by the UK and Italy. And the Tornado IDS, interdiction strike fighter bomber. It's a family of aircraft that was really born out of a requirement for the British military to replace a whole range of different types. The increasingly obsolete V-bombers, the cancelled TSR-2 and the ageing Blackburn Buccaneer. This was an era when variable geometry aircraft were a subject of considerable interest. The United States was fielding the F-111 and the Tomcat, and the Soviet Union had the MiG-23. So Britain sought international partners to develop a Western European multi-role swing-wing fighter of its own. West Germany and Italy were both on the lookout for an aircraft that could replace the F-104, and so the nations teamed up to form a new company called Panavia to develop this new fighter. The company was headquartered in Germany. Each nation had slightly different requirements and priorities. That's why we got the 3 distinct Tornado variants, but all 3 were designed around the same basic configuration. Powering the Tornado are 2 Turbo Union RB199 engines with a combined 34,600 pounds of thrust, powering the Tornado to a top speed of Mach 2.2, and we're about to get a demonstration of that power with a vertical climb. At the top of the vertical climb, the air brakes come out. The Tornado will descend back towards us for a slow pass. The aircraft that we see today is a Tornado IDS, or interdiction strike. The particular role of this aircraft will be to penetrate enemy air defences by conducting high-speed, low-altitude strike missions in Central Europe should Soviet land forces attempt an invasion of the West. This is why the swing-wing configuration was so important. With the wings in the forward position, they have 25 degrees of sweep, offering respectable low-speed handling during takeoff and landing, but for a high-speed dash into enemy territory, the wings could be swept back as far as 67 degrees, offering far decreased drag, but a higher stall speed. Now the rather unusual sight of a slow pass, but with the wings in the swept position. We'll be seeing a wing sweep demonstration very shortly. What a sight, staring into the thrust buckets of those RB-199s with the reheat engaged. The aircraft will now come back towards us for a belly-up pass, and this will be for a wing sweep demonstration. The wings currently in the forward position at 25 degrees of sweep, and as the aircraft conducts this pass, they will move all the way back to 67 degrees of sweep as the jet accelerates. The Tornado began entering German service in 1979, and since then they've been used in combat on several occasions, not least in Yugoslavia and Afghanistan. It's also been operated by the German Navy, as we saw a little while ago in that clip from 1993. It was used for maritime patrol and anti-shipping missions. Those Navy airframes have since been handed over to the Air Force. Now another B-axis vertical climb, what an imposing sight that is. The gear will come down over the top now in preparation for a low overshoot. Although much upgraded, the Tornado is nearing the end of its useful life. The UK retired the type in 2019. Italy will follow suit this year. Germany's Tornadoes will keep on going for another decade yet. They'll soldier on until 2035. Their 21 remaining Tornado ECRs will be replaced by Eurofighter EKs, a forthcoming electronic warfare version of the Typhoon. The 68 Tornado IDS jets will be replaced by a mix of Eurofighter Tranche 5 multi-role fighters and a small number of F-35A Lightning IIs in the nuclear strike role. Landing gear extended, landing lights on. This will be a low overshoot. The display notes we've been provided with say at this point that we might get one more pass, fuel permitting, so we'll wait now to see if it looks like the aircraft is coming back around. I think it may well be. At the controls, Lieutenant Colonel André Hilsheim and his weapons systems officer, Major Matthias Strodhoff, from Taktisches Luftwaffengeschwader 33 of the German Air Force, flying the Tornado IDS ahead of the debut display of the brand new Tornado demo team here in Leszno tomorrow.
Well, as the Tornado disappears there into the distance, that was quite a spectacular display from a sight seldom seen now in airshow skies.
Yeah.
But great to see the Germans resurrecting the old Tornado displays, albeit now with the Air Force rather than the Navy that it was back in the day.
I don't think that would have been on anyone's airshow bingo card a couple of years ago.
Absolutely not.
New Tornado demonstration team.
Yeah.
What a brilliant sight. Absolutely brilliant sight. Loved that. And it also exceeded expectations insofar as the choreography was concerned, because again, if someone had said there's going to be a new Tornado demonstration team from the German Air Force and its first show will be Leszno, and I was asked to predict what it would do, I would say, well, I mean, maybe there'll be an aileron roll or two, but probably mostly non-aerobatic. No, that was a full aerobatic display profile with vertical manoeuvres, some very notable, commendable changes between high and low speed flight. It was more compact than I was expecting as well. That was a really solid display, and I particularly am drawn to those couple of moments when we had the aircraft climbing away from us on either side with the reheating gauge. But now coming in from the right hand side, it's the turn of the Eurofighter to have some fun. The two Eurojet EJ200 engines produce a combined 40,000 pounds of thrust, and the Typhoon isn't enormously heavy. The result is a phenomenal thrust-to-weight ratio. Germany is the largest operator of the Eurofighter Typhoon, or the Eurofighter EF2000 as it's officially known in German service. They've got 141 of them. Further deliveries are imminent. They were ordered initially to replace the MiG-29s inherited from East Germany and the F-4 Phantoms of the former West German Air Force. The first was delivered in 2004, and their operational debut came in 2008 when the new Eurofighters took over from the F4 in the quick reaction alert role. They're operated by 5 different bases around Germany, with today's display coming from Taktisches Luftwaffengeschwader 74 in Neuburg, the largest German Eurofighter base. worldwide Eurofighter fleet currently has a problem, and that's the ageing Tranche 1 jets that Kieran was talking about earlier. They're not full multi-role aircraft due to software limitations, and they're very difficult to upgrade. The various Eurofighter customers are tackling this in different ways. We in the UK are retiring our Tranche 1s this year without a replacement. Spain has embarked on a complex and costly upgrade programme to retrofit their Tranche 1s to Tranche 3 standard. Germany has elected to retire the Tranche 1s, but to replace them on a one-on-one basis with brand new Eurofighter Tranche 4s. Delivery of the 38 Eurofighter Tranche 4s will commence this year, the most notable change compared to earlier models being the fitting of active electronically scanned array radar. Now, a very interesting manoeuvre coming up next, a very tall loop, but with an aileron roll at each 90-degree vertex. Further Eurofighters of the forthcoming Tranche 5 variant will replace the Tornado IDS in the early 2030s. The biggest technological leap with the Tranche 5 should be the ability to operate with carrier UAVs. It will, in essence, be a jet fighter that carries drones that carry air-to-air missiles. Additionally, 15 of Germany's existing Eurofighters will soon be converted to Eurofighter EK standard, a forthcoming electronic warfare variant replacing the Tornado ECR. It's likely the Eurofighter EK will be fitted with escort jammer pods and wingtip-mounted AGM-88 emitter locator systems and a fully integrated internal Arexis electronic warfare suite. All that means that Germany can be expected to field not only the largest, but also the most diverse and technologically advanced Eurofighter fleet in the world by the mid-2030s, and it will continue to operate the type until the 2060s. This is the fastest we'll see the jet fly, 300 feet, Mach 0.9 for a fast pass and a vertical climb. German Air Force didn't have any official display teams until just a few years ago. All that changed in 2022 when this team, the Eurofighter demonstration team, was established. It made its public debut here at the Antidotum Airshow. It's now one of 2 Eurofighter solo display teams fielded by the German Air Force. The other comes from Taktisches Luftwaffengeschwader 31 at Navenich, and it is new to the circuit this year. Also joining the German Air Force's display roster, an A400M solo display established in 2024 from Wunstorf, Lufttransportgeschwader 62, and a brand new Tornado display team, as we have just seen. That concludes the German Air Force Eurofighter EF2000 solo display. Quite a different display to what we saw when the jet came to Riat a few years ago, and indeed at previous editions of the Antidotum Airshow here in Leszno, because the display of old is a relative term when it comes to German Air Force Eurofighter displays, but the display of old was very compact. It was almost like watching an 8-minute max rate turn, and this had a few more conventional airshow manoeuvres put into it, like the slow roll, like the half vertical 8, for example. But yeah, very entertaining watch, I thought.
Absolutely, very, very dynamic display. You probably wouldn't have been able to pick up on how close as well some of those manoeuvres were in relation to the display line.
I think perhaps it was possible for the viewers to see that on the basis that every time the jet pulled up into the vertical, it was very, very difficult to keep track of it. It was almost behind us at times, it felt like, over the top of those vertical manoeuvres. So really tough job for the camera ops, and they're doing stellar work in the conditions. They really are. Very tricky display indeed. A lot of time spent high up demonstrating the enormous thrust to weight ratio of those EJ200 engines, 40,000 pounds of thrust, and to kind of translate that in comparison to other fighters. When you see most aircraft... We'll pick that conversation up later, because contrary to what I was saying earlier, we're now getting a practice display from the Tiger demo team. Now in its 10th display season, flying the F-16C. Of course, the F-16, an aircraft type that first took to the air 51 years ago. Most American jets up until that point were built to prioritise speed, range and payload over manoeuvrability, but the US Air Force desired a light, multi-role fighter. When the F-16 entered service in 1978, it was a revolution in combat aviation. It was the first operational combat aircraft with relaxed static stability fly-by-wire. And if you're wondering what that means, in other words, the aeroplane was intentionally unstable to the point that it cannot be controlled by a human alone. Advanced computer software is used to interpret the pilot's inputs on the stick and pedals, to translate those inputs into control surface movements, and to make sure that the aircraft is never allowed to leave its flight envelope. That fly-by-wire flight control software, combined with strakes which produce vortices over the main wing, gave the F-16 the best turn performance of any jet fighter of its era. Other innovations included a frameless bubble canopy and a reclined pilot seat to allow the pilot to better withstand high G-forces. The F-16 would go on to become the most produced fourth-generation fighter in the world, and while those early A and B models are now being phased out, at least here in Europe, newer variants are still in production, and this is a jet we will continue to enjoy at air shows for years to come. Poland came to acquire the F-16 in the early 2000s. The country badly needed to modernise its Soviet-era Air Force, and a very aggressive three-way competition ensued, pitting the F-16 against the Gripen and the Mirage 2000. Poland operates a total of 48 F-16s, equipping 3 squadrons, delivered between 2006 and 2008. At the time of their delivery, these were the most advanced F-16s in NATO. In Polish service, it is known as the Jastrob, which translates as Hawk. They're powered by Pratt & Whitney F100 229 engines, producing a little over 29,000 pounds of thrust. They were fitted with the latest avionics available for the F-16 at the time, including the APG-68 V9 pulse Doppler radar, the ALQ-211 V4 electronic warfare suite, Goodrich DB-110 airborne reconnaissance system, Sniper ER targeting pod, and a helmet-mounted queuing system. Now, the slow high alpha pass, the aircraft comes round onto the 230-metre line with the air brakes extended, target height 500 feet. Once on the line, the air brakes will come in, the nose is raised steadily to 20 degrees, and the throttle is then used to stabilise the speed at 125 knots. Soon, we'll see the reheat engaged and a 2G pull, then a muscle climb. All the way to 5,000 feet, the car alarms are blaring all over the airfield. Polish F-16 fleet's capabilities will be further improved by a major $380 million upgrade program agreed a couple of years ago, including improvements to the jet's electronic warfare capabilities and numerous software updates. All of Poland's F-16s, as you'll see here, have conformal fuel tanks as a permanent fixture. They can carry 2,200 litres of additional fuel, increasing the aircraft's range by 40%. These CFTs carry 50% more fuel than a traditional centerline tank, produce 88% less drag, and unlike drop tanks, they still allow the F-16 to perform full 9G manoeuvres uninhibited. That is not the end of the F-16's display sequence. However, given how long he's been sitting in the hold between badge formation and that practice display, I suspect due to fuel constraints that he will now be heading back to Szczecin Air Base, and therefore it means I get to say if you want to see the full F-16 Tiger demo team performance, you will have to sign up to watch.planestv.com to watch the air show proper over the next few days. Kieran, that was a really aggressive demonstration, and on that last pass in particular, it was close.
That was absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic routine. Yeah, we've been quite spoilt with F-16 routines in Europe over the years, coming from the Belgians, the Dutch, the Danes, and occasionally the Norwegians. The Poles have, as you say, been flying now for 10 years their display routine, and I never remember it being that aggressive.
No, it's really good. Major Maciej Krakowian at the controls, and he's doing an absolutely superb job. And speaking of the Polish F-16, we'll also get to see it at the Royal International Air Tattoo, along with the Danish example in its final display season. The Royal International Air Tattoo is an event that we broadcast here on Plains TV. An absolutely wonderful show, the biggest military air show in the world. 6 long days of broadcasting from us, and if you want to watch that, then you will also have to sign up to watch.planestv.com. But there's good news, because we have a coupon code available today. If you use the code Leszno25, that will get you 20% off your first 3-month subscription, or 20% off your first year. You can cancel any time, but for as long as you are a subscriber, you'll have access to all of our live broadcasts, including from here in Leszno in a few days, over the next few days, from the Royal International Air Tattoo as well, and from other air shows later on in the season. In addition to that, you have access to our back catalogue of airshow programmes, hundreds of titles stretching all the way back to the 1980s. So that discount code, once again, is Leszno25, and I'm hoping that Andrew down in the trailer will, down in the office, we don't have a trailer for once, that's wonderful, we've got an actual physical office. I'm hoping that Andrew down in the office will be able to play a short little video now that will give you an idea of the sort of archive programme that you can see on our streaming service.
The big finale, of course, the Hunter formation to mark the aircraft's 60th anniversary.
This pioneering Anglo-French legend needs no introduction.
If you're just joining us, then the warmest of welcomes to our coverage of the practice session here at Antidotum Airshow Leszno. And if you've been with us for a while and you're wondering why we've suddenly gone all quiet, that is because we have been taking a short break for dinner up here on the roof. It's a long day and we do need to eat something. The programming here does have us working all the way through dinner time. So we're showing you some replays from earlier today, some clips from our new roving videographer George, who's been out on the opposite side of the airfield for much of the day, capturing this lovely material of the helicopters before their practice sessions this morning and in the early afternoon. We're going to leave you with some more replays from earlier on today while we await the next flying action, and there is more flying action incoming. Luke Geppiella has taken to the runway in his Carbon Cub. So there you see Luke Geppiella in the Carbon Cub. Not sure if this is going to be a display practice or if he's simply relocating the aircraft. There's nothing scheduled from him. But I will take the opportunity to run through what we are expecting to see. And coming up very shortly, we have a rehearsal I am expecting of the grand finale. However, I can see some of the aircraft involved in that, and they don't appear to have engines running at the moment, so I'm not certain about the status of that particular practice flight. We're expecting to see the Baltic Bees in a little under half an hour. And we also have White Wings, Hawks of Romania, and the Flying Dragons still to come. I see also the programme, which is being updated live on one of the screens in front of me, has now got a further addition on it, another grand finale practice. And catching us all by surprise, the two TS-11 Iskras of Bialo-Czerwone Skrzydła, with a very low pass indeed. If you can hear some interesting background noise, by the way, that is the orchestra on the stage behind us, doing some sound checks and getting set up. They will have a critical role in the air show as it continues to unfold. The two TS-11s are performing a daytime routine, and I'm not expecting to see a practice of that, but I could yet be surprised, I suppose. They're also participating in our grand finale. So if I had to make a guess, I would say perhaps that's them just announcing their presence as they head off to their allotted holding position for a grand finale practice. I was saying just before I was rudely interrupted by the Iskras that there's been another addition to the flying programme on my tablet, and that is a further grand finale run through in darkness at the end of the flying programme after the Flying Dragons. A reminder that this is practice day. Nothing that we are seeing today is representative of the full might of the Antidotum Airshow. So the grand finale, when we see it for real, will have more aircraft, it will have live music, it will have ground-launched fireworks, it will have fireworks on most of the participating aircraft as well. We're not going to see that today. We're going to get an indication of some of the aircraft that are going to be involved and roughly which bit of sky they're going to be in and when. But it is certainly not going to look like an airshow performance. The Iskras do indeed appear to have taken up their holding pattern over the forests about 5 miles to our west. There are no fewer than 4 holds in operation to facilitate the grand finale. 1 crowd rear, 1 over the city centre to our east, 1 for the Iskras in the west, and 1 out to the north over the motorway. Only 1 of those holds in use at the moment because the other airborne assets are still on the ground and, as far as I can tell, don't have their engines running at the moment. And that is the sound of the orchestra, just doing some sound checks behind us. When the orchestra is playing full force, they make such an impact on the atmosphere here at Antidotum Airshow Leszno. The musical side of things has been expanding ever since the first Antidotum Airshow in 2020, when we had a 3 or 4 piece band. Then we moved to a 40-piece orchestra, the representative orchestra of the Polish Air Force, last year. This year we have a new orchestra, albeit many of the same individuals involved, and that is the Wind Cameral Orchestra. The other thing you may be hearing in addition to the orchestra is some background wind noise. It is still very, very windy here. I've been giving a periodic weather update over the course of the day. It hasn't changed very much. Now this appears to me to be the Iskras running through their part of the grand finale, which consists of 2 separate passes. The first one, a flat pass followed by a zoom climb, which is what we've just witnessed. And assuming we are doing what I think we're doing, then the next thing we'll see them do is reposition out to our front and perform a split. The critical thing here is, as much as the flying itself, the timing. The flying that they've been given to do is intentionally very, very simple. In fact, everyone involved in the grand finale, they've basically been asked to do one of 3 things: a loop, a figure of 8, or an orbit, or in this one case, a sort of V-shaped bomb burst. It's all very, very simple flying, but that's because the timing is critical. There's so many elements in the air at the same time. Spatial awareness is key. Being on time and on target is key. Here comes the V-shaped bomb burst. Or not. Selecting to stay together for the sake of simplicity during this training phase. If they're going to run through the sequence again, as I was saying, the break itself will be very easy to them. and it is the timing that needs to be rehearsed. There's a couple of critical times that, let's take the Iskras as an example, a couple of critical times that they have to hit. For the first pass, there is a time when they must fire their pyrotechnics, and then there is a time on target when they should be directly over the middle of the showground. It's the same thing for the second manoeuvre, a time to fire pyrotechnics as they're running in, and then a time to pull up and commence the break in order to mesh correctly with everything else that is going on. We're going to have the drones up for the grand finale tomorrow. I think it will be an absolutely spectacular scene. That Iskra break is going to be above and behind some other things. And the imagery, I imagine, is going to be out of this world. It's probably obvious. I'm kind of just having to guess what's going on at the moment. The showground is still in build mode. Not all of the cables have been plugged in, and the cable that will be feeding me with the radio communications is one of the things that has not yet been installed. So there is a certain amount of guesswork going on my part. If I was to speculate at this point, I would say they've probably gone back to the hold to do another simulation of that two manoeuvre run through, which is their sole participation in the grand finale. And that is another thing that's been key to putting this together. Not only do you give each aircraft a very simple job, but you give each aircraft a very small job. There is no aircraft that is conducting more than 2 manoeuvres in this grand finale. And those 2 manoeuvres either come absolutely consecutively, or they come separated by a gap of several minutes to allow them to massage the timings during a big reposition or some time spent in the hold, so as to ensure that not only are they on target, on time for the first manoeuvre, but they remain on target and on time for the second. Time for the grand finale on the show days is around about 20 minutes past 10, duration of around 10 minutes. Here come the Iskras once again to practice these 2 manoeuvres and the timing thereof. Again into that zoom climb and wing over. Now, I wasn't in the briefing earlier today. The documentation that we prepared suggested an apex of 3,000 feet. That didn't look nearly as high as that, so I presume some heads were put together at the briefing, and discussions were had, and optimal flight path was established. Theoretically, it should be a little over a minute between the 2 times on target, the first pass, and then pulling up into the break. once again choosing to stay together and go pure vertical, and that, once again, I presume, is to enable them to more quickly get back into the holding pattern together, which is perhaps indicative of them having another go. Sound of the Wind Cameral Orchestra getting ready for the show over the next few days. They will be providing live musical accompaniment throughout the flying display. It's an interesting thing to do, to choreograph these displays, and the overarching idea for this display, the broad idea of roughly what aircraft will be involved and roughly what point of that performance they will be doing their thing in. That was Michal Krasik's idea, the airshow director, and then he and I fleshed out exactly what each aircraft will be doing and when. Very different kettle of fish, this, compared to, for example, badge formation earlier on, because badge formation was kind of just a case of what are the three main things that people want to see: a top side, an underside, and some kind of a break. How do we work that together? But this is very different. This is a piece of scripted entertainment. It's not about photo opportunities at all.
So, when it comes to this grand finale, I understand you want to be quite tight-lipped about what the actual processes is.
Yes.
Until it comes to the practice.
Yes.
And tomorrow and Saturday. But what does it take formulating the concept?
Well, that's really a question for Michal, because it's his idea, but the root of this, and we'll just wait for the Iskras to come through, I'll finish this off. The root of this really came from the fact that the end of the Antidotum Airshow has looked basically the same for quite a few years now. Aerosparks have been the finale of the show again and again and again. The way Aerosparks have flown the final couple of minutes of their show has stayed roughly the same for the last 3 years or so. They've had fireworks being launched from a fixed point in the airfield, and they've been orbiting the fireworks. That's great, but it's been done now. So Michal's idea was to do something different, but it's a challenging thing to one-up, because when it comes to pyrotechnic display teams, there aren't many that pack as much punch as Aerosparks do. So if you're going to rival that amount of firepower, the only option is to bring lots of things together. So that's what he set about doing. The first stage was to choose the music and get that composed, or arranged to be more accurate, then to come up with a firework plan. The music and the fireworks were set in stone, and then it was a question of, okay, how are we going to layer the aircraft on top of this bed of music and fireworks? Here come the Iskras, pulling up into the vertical once again.
Lovely top surface there of the Iskras, just glinting off the gorgeous early evening sunshine.
Oh, we were talking earlier about the paint schemes on this aircraft. These are brand new paint schemes, and they do look so good in this late evening light.
They really do. And the Iskra itself is, I think, is just such a pretty jet. And some angles, I think it actually looks like a hawk.
Yeah, I see that. It's a funny shape. It's quite peculiar, with the engine intakes reasonably far back, right in the wing root, and then the engine exhaust reasonably far forward. And the reason for that, of course, is that early jet engines, the longer the tailpipe, the more thrust they lost. So if you were going to have a single engine aircraft, you either needed to have an intake that was quite far back, or an exhaust that was quite far forward, or in this case, both. Still a relatively underpowered aircraft, though, certainly by modern standards, which makes it all the more impressive to be seeing some formation aerobatics. Not so much now. They're in quite loose formation when they pull up into that loop that won't be a loop come the grand finale proper, it'll be a break. But for their day show, which we're not seeing practiced, but we will see it in the air show proper tomorrow and on Saturday, they do some formation aerobatics. They do some opposing passes, which of course in high wind like this take a great deal of concentration, because the aircraft going in one direction is travelling faster than the aircraft going in the other, so keeping those passes centred around the datum point is tricky under any circumstances, but it's even more so when you're operating at relatively high speeds but with relatively modest power, as is the case with an aircraft like the Iskra. Do continue to have quite high winds here. They've maybe died down by a few knots, but
it certainly doesn't feel like it.
Yeah. Normally come this time of day you would expect the wind to start dropping, but it hasn't done so substantially, that's for certain.
Yes, and for the people listening in from the United Kingdom, I have been told by multiple people today that there is a heat wave in force, 30 degrees or so back in the country. It's not quite that hot here. It's relatively warm. It's been around 21, 22 degrees here today. The sun's been out pretty much all day.
Feels colder with the wind chill.
It does indeed feel cold. Yeah, the wind it's been very strong. It's been a crosswind the whole afternoon, and unfortunately that means it's been right in our faces the whole duration of the stream. But we certainly hope you can bear with us and you've enjoyed the coverage that we've been providing to you this afternoon.
It's the game we play, I suppose. We are exposed to the weather, but you see it, you hear it, it's vibrating the cameras, it's vibrating the whole building that we're on.
It could be a lot worse.
Yeah, it could be a lot worse. But when there is a big gust and it's gusty, you kind of feel the whole building get a kick. This is a temporary structure after all. But it could be raining, it could be very cold.
Yes.
As indeed is often the case at air shows back home.
And as you can see on the stream, well, as it was just, the windsock is pretty much at a 90-degree angle.
It is. It's at a 90-degree angle, but the sun is out and the sky is blue, so I think on balance we'll take it.
Yes.
And this is, as I have kept saying, the worst it gets. The wind will be lower tomorrow, and it should be very low on Saturday. We should be getting some lovely sunsets as well. I'm thinking today is shaping up to be a really good sunset. Clear skies, great visibility, a little bit of cloud around, but really not very much. The Baltic Bees have just taken off from Poznan International Airport, I have just heard. And they will be making their way out to us with their 4 L-39s, and this it depends exactly on how you define a jet team. This could be the first ever jet team performance in the history of the Antidotum Airshow. Now, there is an asterisk over that because, of course, we've just had 2 Iskras performing manoeuvres over the top of us. We've also had last year the 2 Alpha Jet A's at the Flying Bulls. Do you call that a jet team? I'm not sure. It's certainly jet formation aerobatics.
It's very subjective, isn't it?
Yes.
If it was me, I would say a team of 3+.
Yeah,
but that's just me.
Yeah. Well, by your definition, then, this is going to be the first jet team performance, albeit practice performance, in the history of the Antidotum Airshow. For L-39s, it'll take them probably 10 minutes or so to get down from Poznan, and then we'll be seeing what is a reasonably lengthy performance, actually. It's about 25 minutes or so. Very attractive paint schemes, though, and when the light catches them in these conditions, it will look great. And the Baltic Bees, albeit there are now just 4 of them, are probably the joint largest civilian jet aerobatic team in Europe nowadays. I'm trying to think if there are any that are larger. There's Patrulla Aguila in France, who have 4 aircraft as well. Occasionally, very, very occasionally, they've flown with 5, but it's not normal practice for them. Is there anyone else that I'm not thinking of?
Certainly not with 4 or more than 4. There's, of course, used to be the Brighton Jet Team, which
yes,
a prominent act on display circuit for many years up until their disbandment a couple of years ago.
2019 that was. It
then
feels like it wasn't that long ago, but goodness, 6 years.
And then born from that has come an L-39 team in France.
Yes.
Which I believe is Fly for Fun or Fly Fun?
Fly and Fun. Used to be called Patrulla Sparflex, and they fly as a 3-ship. Now, I think there is or was a plan they might expand to a 4-ship at some point, but it certainly hasn't happened yet. There aren't many civilian jet aerobatic teams in the world anywhere that are larger than that. The only larger, relatively formal team that springs to mind is the Patriots jet team, also flying L-39s, over in the United States, based in California, and they fly as a 6-ship. Three minutes out, we've just been told in our headsets. Taking a look at some further replays from earlier on in the day, and this is the Bolko Mo-105 performing a mini solo display. This aircraft bookending the flying display tomorrow at both ends, flying in the opening sequence and the closing sequence. Here's the Flying Bulls B-25 Mitchell touching down. That was an impressive arrival, catching all of them coming in echelon formation over our right shoulder.
Absolutely. It's either a contest between that and the P-38 for the shiniest aircraft here this weekend.
Yes.
You can see the other Flying Bulls aircraft there, just in front of the B-25, the T-28, the Corsair and the P-38.
Yep, we're looking forward to seeing their formation routine tomorrow. And that will include all of the aircraft flying together. But now we get back to the live action, and it is the turn of the Baltic Bees jet team. As we were saying, arguably the first fully fledged jet aerobatic team to participate in Antidotum Airshow Leszno, flying 4 L-39C Albatrosses, and true to their name, they are painted as bees, blue and black stripes. What we're going to see for the next 10 minutes or so is a sequence of flypasts and formation aerobatics in this formation, which is known to any of our North American viewers as diamond formation. We in Europe would tend to refer to it as box formation. And this is the standard 4-ship shape. You'll see now we're looking at them side on. It's slightly stepped down. Each aircraft is marginally below the height of the one in front. And that is for a number of reasons. It's to avoid flying directly in the wake of a leading aircraft. It's for the sake of visibility. It's also for the sake of safety, because the energy vectors of the various aircraft aren't quite pointing at each other. They're pointing underneath each other. Aircraft now running in towards us, the smoke shortly to come on as they commence this practice display in some absolutely glorious evening light.
So as the team flies to the top of the loop here, the Baltic Bees themselves are part of the Wings 4 Sky group, a Latvian-based company which undertakes all manner of work: aircraft maintenance, steering, spare parts, fuel services, event management. They also own the Jamala Airport just southwest of Riga, and at that airport they operate an aviation museum known as the Sky Zoo. That is where their in-house private aerobatic team, the Baltic Bees, are based.
Yeah, it's a fascinating museum. The reason why it's called the Sky View is because all of the aircraft are painted up as animals in some way or another, which I suppose fits quite nicely with the Baltic Bees being painted up as bees. Jamala is, as you were saying, a little way southwest of Riga. They held an air show there in 2018 and 2019. I went to one of those shows. It's a funny airport because it's kitted out as a full commercial airport. It's got check-in desks and security facilities and all of that, but it's not actually used for any flights, and as far as I know it never has been. It's a really nice terminal building though. There's lots of lovely seating areas. It's been very expensively done. Clearly it's a lovely place to be, a great airshow venue as well. Of course, back then the Baltic Bees were flying as a 6-ship, and in 2019 at that show they actually flew as a one-off 7-ship team. The intention at that point being to expand to a 7-ship on a somewhat permanent basis, but then the pandemic got in the way, and we all know what happened next. It's been there was a gap of quite some years during which this team didn't perform. Bring in the music of the Wind Cameral Orchestra as the Baltic Bees work through their display. a team that has flown around the world. They've been seen across Europe, from Jersey to Moscow, and many places in between. In 2018, they flew in Senegal, the most southerly display ever performed by a European civilian jet aerobatic team. They've also twice visited China to perform at the Sichuan General Aviation Expo in 2017 and 2019. For their second visit to Sichuan, the team took the rather unusual step of ferry flying their jets all the way to China rather than crating them up and shipping them by sea. They became only the second Western civil aerobatic team to do so. Unfortunately, the weather didn't play ball. I remember it well, I was there, and over the course of a 5-day show, I think they only ever managed one full performance. The visibility just wasn't good enough. Visit to China in 2019 transpired to be their last display for quite some time. They wouldn't fly at an air show again until 2024 when they resumed flying displays, but then as a 4-ship team, and it's in that guise that we see them here in Leszno today. They don't just fly air shows, they also offer L-39 passenger rides from bases in Latvia and Italy, starting from €2,200 for a 20-minute flight. They offer L-39 flight training and type rating courses, which includes training on up to 15 different aerobatic manoeuvres as well. The team has also been actively involved in providing services to the armed forces, including leasing L-39s to the Estonian Air Force for training duties. And in fact, airshow fans may recall seeing an Estonian Air Force L-39 in Baltic Bees colours appearing on static display in Riat 2015. The L-39 is a rather ubiquitous sight at air shows. It was developed in the 1960s as the main advanced jet trainer for the Soviet Union and Eastern Bloc air forces, as a replacement for the L-29 Delfin, which was broadly successful but rather underpowered. It was designed by the Czech company Aerobatic, and it first flew in 1968, powered by an Ivchenko AI-35 turbofan. Incidentally, it was the first purpose-designed jet trainer in the world to be powered by a turbofan rather than a turbojet. That engine produced some 3,800 pounds of thrust, which is approximately double the power of the L-29. And now let's watch them as they come back in towards us. So far we've seen them flying exclusively in box formation, but now we see them pitching up in box formation for a lovely barrel roll. The L-39 proved to be a highly capable aircraft. It was rugged, it was simple, it was low maintenance, it was capable of landing on poor quality runways or even on grass. In the air it was stable and it had few vices. It was also unusually responsive to changes in throttle setting. Most jet engines at the time took quite a few seconds to spool up or down, a phenomenon known as turbine lag. And the L-39 does indeed have some turbine lag, all jet engines do, but it didn't have nearly as much as its contemporaries. It's also got an automatic trim system, which goes quite a way to reducing pilot workload during these long sorties. This manoeuvre is called a quarter clover. It's a loop, but with a 90-degree twist on the upline, such that the exit line of the manoeuvre is perpendicular to the entry line. So, though they arrived from our left, they depart, I was going to say almost to our front. It looked like they were for a second. They've ended up going out to the right in the end, the front right. Of course, all of the characteristics I was mentioning earlier make the L-39 highly suited to air shows, but also to general civilian operation. It's comfortably the most popular civil jet warbird in the world, and you can see many dozens of them, particularly in North America. It's equipped many top aerobatic teams, both military and civilian. That includes the defunct Slovak Air Force Biele Albatrosi, the Kazakhstan Air Force Sunkar team, and 6 of the most famous civilian jet aerobatic teams ever to have existed: the Breitling Jet Team, the Black Diamonds, the Patriots, Fly and Fun, Aerobatic Team Rus, and the Baltic Bees.
Now, you mentioned those teams, Adam.
Yeah, you'll have seen all of them.
I seem to recall a couple of years ago the Ukrainian Falcons were due to reappear.
Yes, the Ukrainian Falcons got L-39s and they did some training flights, but they never actually performed a show, hence not being included on my list. That was about 2012, 2013, I seem to remember.
Yes.
Before that, of course, they flew MiG-29.
Well, of course, I was going to say, when enthusiasts first were told that the Ukrainian Falcons were going to reappear on the display circuit, it was a great amount of euphoria.
Yes, I'm sure there was.
Until they realised it wasn't going to be with MiG-29s.
Now, we're watching the aircraft come in towards us to make the display a little bit more complex, because this, I believe, is going to be a vertical break, and the outermost aircraft will transcribe the shape of a heart. Or maybe not. Now, there's a system by which all of the display pilots here have submitted manoeuvre lists and ribbon diagrams to us, and what I'm learning is some of them are more accurate than others. To talk about the L-39 purely as an airshow machine would, of course, demean it, because it's also outstandingly successful as a military platform, both as a trainer but also as an armed light attack aeroplane. In a combat configuration, carry a 23mm cannon and up to 2 short-range air-to-air missiles. About 40 countries operate the L-39, from Afghanistan to Vietnam to Slovakia. Now, it's possible, I suppose, that this next manoeuvre could be a vertical break and a halt. We can but hope. The aircraft almost exactly intersects the sun, making life rather tricky for our poor camera operators Adrian and Andy, who do sterling work. Looks to me like they could be disappearing back off to Szczecina. There is something on approach, and thus perhaps the Baltic Bees either feel they've done all they need to, or they've been instructed to clear while we see an arrival take place.
And that looks to be a LEP 410 coming in for either a landing or a low approach.
Big call, big call. We've got a closer up angle of it now. It does look LEP shaped, doesn't it?
It does.
There was no LEP 410 on our movements list. So I wonder what this could be. And why it is visiting us. A support aircraft, perhaps? Of course, the Czech Air Force is here with its Sokol, so could this be a Czech Air Force turbolet support aircraft? This, of course, is one of the delights or frustrations of an airshow arrivals day, depending on how you look at it. Things happen and we don't always know what those things are going to be. And when they happen, they take us rather by surprise.
The LEP 410 there, arcing around in the wind. You can see the wind is really taking the aircraft to one side. It's just crabbing along on a short final now. Will soon be touching down. And dipping a wind there into wind. Perfect approach for this really nasty crosswind. And it's a Slovenian LEP 410.
Supporting the PC-9 deployment, perhaps. Well, that's a nice added bonus.
Absolutely.
Touching down on one of the 3 grass runways that we have here at Leszno. If you're not familiar with the airfield here, we're looking approximately north from the spectator area. There's 2 runways running east to west in front of us. The closer runway is the longer one, the farther one is slightly shorter. There's also a cross runway to our left, which is more or less perpendicular to the other 2. The helicopters were using that runway, or part of that runway, when they came in for their pass under the water cannon salute. But by and large, that cross runway isn't in use during the air show, not least because with the expanded showground this year, the public are actually on the runway threshold, I believe, for runway 36, which is that cross runway. And the Baltic Bees have now been allowed to continue with their display. L39 has spawned two major developments since this basic L39C model was produced. is the L-159 Alka, or Advanced Light Combat Aircraft, which came along in 1997. It's an enlarged L-39 with a glass cockpit, a much more powerful Honeywell F-127 engine with 6,000 pounds of thrust, and the ability to carry Mark 82 unguided bombs or AIM-9 Sidewinder missiles. It's used as a pure combat aircraft by the Czech Republic and Iraq, and also as a Red Air trainer by Draken International. The L-39 has also spawned the L-39NG Skyfox, a 21st century version of this aeroplane, which first flew in 2018. It's powered by a Williams International FJ44 engine, and it has a full Garmin glass cockpit. The L-39NG entered series production last year, and it's been ordered by the armed forces of the Czech Republic, Vietnam, and most interestingly by the Hungarian Air Force, who intend to use it not as a trainer, but as a reconnaissance platform. Now at last we get the heart that I introduced quite some time ago before the performance was interrupted by the arrival of the turbolet. Follow the two aircraft out to either side because they are getting ready to approach from either direction. This will be for a pair of opposing aileron rolls. Keeping our eyes out for the two-ship now, coming in for a line-astern double barrel roll. it's time to see the manoeuvrability of the L-39 from the right. Here comes the soloist for a 360-degree max rate turn. That was the L-39's turn performance, but we'll keep following it now to see its roll performance. Classic manoeuvre of L-39 jet teams over the years. This is the Apache rolls, a manoeuvre named by the former leader of the Breitling jet team, Jacques Beauthelin. In front of us, the soloist is getting back in formation with the rest of the team. Meanwhile, out to our right-hand side, the aircraft that had been performing those Apache rolls is coming back in towards us. This will be initially for a slow, dirty roll. A slow roll anyway. Quite a fast roll, in fact. This is the Goose. versus 1 cross, and then the 3-ship will close up into Vic formation, the standard 3-ship formation shape for a dirty pass. To our right, the soloist is incoming, and a bit of a Frecce Tricolori twist coming up, because this I'm expecting to be what they call the Crazy Bee. The Baltic Bee is one of just 2 jet teams in the world to perform this manoeuvre, at least one of only 2 to do so with quite so much gusto. Coming towards the end of the display, the 3-ship coming in from the front for a bomb burst. The soloist also turning in to arrive from the front, and after the bomb burst, I think we'll get one final flourish from the soloist in the form of a tail slide. There's very few jet aircraft that can safely and repeatedly do this. Passing turbulent air backwards through many jet engines will force them to suffer a compressor stall and simply flame out, but the Ivchenko AI-35 is robust enough to be able to take it. In fact, the Russians once conducted tests to try and induce compressor stalls with the L-39, and they simply couldn't do it. Stalls, spins, tail slides, nothing could make the AI-35 flame out. And that concludes the first ever display, albeit a practice display, by a jet aerobatic team at the Antidotum Airshow. Starting their takeoff roll behind a pair of PZL-104 Vilgas very shortly, we have the 2 gliders of White Wings, this being the glider display team of the Aero Club Romania. L-104 being a STOL utility aircraft, very popular as a glider tug. You can see they fly at a rather unusual attitude after they take off and climb away. It looks rather disconcerting. But they are more than capable of the task, very rugged and versatile aeroplanes, and a common sight here in Leszno, not least at the Antidotum Airshow, where we had a gathering of no fewer than 11 of them performing a formation flypast at the show here in 2023, which I believe was one of the largest Vilga gatherings in recent years. So there go White Wings, of whom more later. But for those of you who have joined us relatively recently, I thought I'd just give a bit of an overview of this event and what we're expecting to see over the next few days. You're watching the live broadcast of the practice sessions here at Antidotum Airshow Leszno 2025 in Poland. The airshow starts in earnest tomorrow, and it is an enormously busy and varied lineup. Today we are coming towards the end of our practice programme. We've got White Wings, then the Hawks of Romania, then the Flying Dragons, and then a partial run through of the grand finale. But tomorrow it is a very long flying display indeed. It starts a little after 3 o'clock local time and it goes on until about 10:30. We're expecting to see first of all the grand opening featuring 4 ship of current and former German Army helicopters. Then we've got a little surprise. We've got the LIM-2, which is the Polish license-built version of the MiG-15. Scandinavian Airshow's wing walking display. We've got the Heliforce Milmai 2. Georg Raab's P-51D Mustang, a pair of TS-11 Iskras, the Flying Bulls aerobatic team, pterodactyl flight with the First World War reenactment, the German Army Tiger, then we've got the Slovenian Air Force PC-9, Lukče Piela in the Carbon Cub, the Czech Air Force Sokol, Team Blanix, German Air Force Eurofighter, Hawks of Romania, Lukče Piela in the Edge 540, the Flying Bulls Warbirds flying a B-25, P-38, T-28 and Corsair, German Air Force Tornado, then we've got a hot air balloon mass launch with the Fly to Live paragliders, White Wings, Baltic Bees, German Army NH-90, then we've got badge formation, which is the F-16, the Tornado and the Eurofighter flying together in a short coordinated sequence. We've got the F-16 solo display, we've got the Polish Air Force C-130, Bob Grimstad in his Fornia RF-4, the ANBO aerobatic team with the Yak-50s. We're now well into night time by this point. We've got the Fire Moths, 4 ship of microlights performing with something else, but that's a surprise. We've got Heliforce, the Mai 2, doing its night pyrotechnic show, the Flying Dragons, and then the grand finale, bringing together no fewer than 11 flying machines of all different kinds, and I really do mean all different kinds, sharing the same piece of sky at the same time, accompanied by copious fireworks and live music. It will be an airshow performance like very few others. In fact, I'm tempted to say it will be an airshow performance unlike any that has been staged before. It is an incredibly busy flying display program, incredibly varied flying display program. If you want to watch it, then we'll be broadcasting exclusively on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. We've got a discount code available. The code is Leszno25. Once again, that is Leszno25. It'll give you 20% off your first 3 months, and you can cancel at any time. For as long as you remain a member, you'll be able to access all of our airshow live broadcasts, including from the Royal International Air Tattoo in a few weeks. And you'll be able to access our back catalogue of programmes as well. We've got hundreds of airshow programmes stretching all the way back to the 1980s. And I'm going to show you a few clips from the archive coming up. The first one we're going to show you is a clip from 2017, and the reason we're showing you this clip is because 2017 was the very last time that a Tornado performed a fully aerobatic public flying display in Europe. That is the first time until tomorrow, when it happens again here in Leszno, courtesy of the German Air Force. But let's go back to 2017 to the Royal International Air Tattoo and see the A200A Tornado of the Reparto Sperimentale Volo 311 Gruppo of the Italian Air Force.
So in order to get off with a good start, let me introduce to you two of the best talented Italian pilots, Captain Gabriele Ioffi and Captain Paolo Fiorella. So please everybody cheer up and welcome this flying piece of contemporary history coming up upside down. Showtime! By the way, next slow flight bus we have got a chance to hear the voice coming from the cockpit.
Italian Tornado crew warmly welcome the ladies and gentlemen of the Riat Air Show, and thanks everybody to be here today. Ciao! Molto bene, grazie. Io così, ottimo.
The lowest possible speed, around 200 kilometers per hour. Get the chance for admire the special color livery adorning the Italian Air Force Tornado, a falcon silhouette on the fuselage and the Ikarus spreading his wings on the tail are the Flight Test Center icons. Landing gear out, headlights on, pretending to be touching the runway in the touch and roll figure.
That's just a little look back to 2017 and the tornado displaying at the Royal International Air Tattoo on the day with fair weather, Kieran.
Yes, and unfortunately the video didn't really stand the scheme out, not because of the quality, absolutely not, but because the weather in typical UK fashion was absolutely atrocious.
Yeah.
I think we fared a bit better at Cosford when it displayed at Cosford that same year, but the scheme itself was absolutely fantastic.
It was phenomenal, and it'll be great to see another special scheme tornado tomorrow. We saw the Grey Jet today, but another one coming up tomorrow. Now, we're going to have another dip back into the archives because I've been talking a lot about the breadth of programmes that are available on Plains TV, but I've mostly just been showing you tornado material and an occasional bit of Team Iskra. But here is a look at some of the other programmes that you can find, 3 excerpts chosen at random from Plains TV.
Then came the Mi-17 with more powerful engines and a greater payload. The Mi-171 that we see here is the latest export variant of that, and in excess of 12,000 Mi-17s and 171s have been built. These are simply extraordinary numbers.
4 tons of weapons were carried on the 14 store stations for its demonstration at Farnborough.
We both looked at that Farnborough 1944 clip and sort of made an admiring face at the screen.
Yeah, and equally as well, the final clip there of the September show at Duxford 2010, which was my first Duxford show.
And what a one to start on.
And it was absolutely brilliant. It was the first 16-ship Spitfire display. Certainly, and I know people out there will quote me if I'm wrong, I think it was the biggest at the time.
I think you're right.
Until then, I know that there was a big Southampton extravaganza in 2000 and a similarly large event in 2000 at Duxford September of the same year, 2000. But 2010 was definitely a standout moment, not just because of the mass Spitfire formation and display, which was absolutely phenomenal.
Tail chase.
It was the Spitfire tail chase. You had 2 sections of tail chase in one. On the B-axis doing large figure of 8s, another section of tail chasing behind and across the crowd along the tank bank, along the grass runway at Duxford, and then you had 3-ship MH434 leading 2 Mark 5 Spitfires doing high formation aerobatics over the top of the Spitfire tail chase. It was absolutely phenomenal. not just because of that show also had the 4 Hurricanes, it had the Belgian F-16, it had the Red Arrows on one day, it had the Patrie de France on one day as well. It was a absolutely brilliant show. Again, my first one, which was 15 years ago.
Now, I wasn't there. I was living abroad at the time. I couldn't possibly have been there. But my little link to that show is that it's the first Planes TV product that I ever bought. Because there was an advert in a magazine which Adrian had written about his 2 favourite airshow DVDs that he'd ever produced, and one of them was Russia 100 that we've already talked about, and that's available on the streaming service. The other was the Duxford Battle of Britain Airshow 2010. That's the one that I bought on the basis of that advert. It started quite a collection of Planes TV DVDs, and then eventually ended up doing this, of course. But it's a wonderful programme. It's available on the streaming service, as indeed are programmes from many of the Duxford shows from about 2009 onwards. Quite the collection there if you are a Duxford enthusiast.
Absolutely, and there have been some fantastic Duxford shows along the years, including the September shows with different themes, autumn shows up until 2011, and also the May shows as well, and then, as now what's transpired in recent years, the Duxford summer shows as well as the September shows.
Yes. Of course, the October shows have kind of been revived in the form of the Flying Finale, and they've been among my favourite Duxford events that I've attended in recent years.
Yes, there was something quite nostalgic about the first October Flying Day. I believe it was 2021 or 2022.
I think you're right. And then in the second one, the Patrie Suisse turned up.
Yes, that was fantastic. Yeah, very, very awesome to see 6 F5 screeching across the Cambridgeshire skies.
Of course, has come in more recent years to kind of bookend the display season for some of the RAF teams as well. Speaking of military participants, I'd like to talk a little bit about Riat while we have a moment. We're expecting White Wings to appear above us at some point, but before they do, I'd like to talk about Riat. We're doing the official live broadcast of Riat once again. The arrivals and departures will be free to view on YouTube. The 3 show days will be exclusive to watch.planestv.com. It's looking like a really strong show this year. There's a few gems like the Atlantique, for example, from the French Navy, and I think we've got a little teaser here of some of the things that we can expect to see at the Air Tattoo this year. Looking like a really strong show this year. There's some real stalwarts of the Air Tattoo that we always look forward to, but there's also a few proper rarities, and watching that video, one that caught my eye, the Swedish Air Force HKP-16, which is what they call the UH-60 Black Hawk. Astonishingly, a Black Hawk has never flown in a Riat flying display before. How has that happened?
Absolutely, and as you say, it's the first time a Black Hawk will hopefully be appearing in Fairford skies this year, courtesy of the Swedish Air Force. Both Adam and I were fortunate to see the display, the actual exact display at San Nicole last year, and it was absolutely brilliant. It was a brilliant routine, doing manoeuvres I didn't think a Black Hawk was capable of. At San Nicole, there were flares. Obviously, we all know the history with Riat and flares. That's not going to be the case at the Air 2, but it will still be a very good display nonetheless.
Yeah. It was superb at San Nicole. I'd seen a Black Hawk display, a proper Black Hawk display, once before in the hands of the Slovenian Air Force at NATO days, and so I was somewhat prepared for what the Swedes were going to do with it. They really do chuck it about, though. It's quite spectacular.
Absolutely, and if you were watching that highlight reel of Riat for this year, there was some fantastic aircraft a part of it, including the return of the Frecce Tricolori.
Yeah.
We've certainly not seen them at Riat the past couple of years. They were busy on a North American tour last year, but they're back. Hopefully, we're not sure of how many aircraft we're going to see with the Frecce this year. They displayed as a 6-ship last weekend at Air in Spain.
They did.
Again, we're not sure on how many numbers we'll have for the Frecce, but fingers crossed for the full 10-ship.
I'd just like to explain what you're seeing on the screen now. This is our drone team getting ready to launch. So it looks like we're going to get some aerial footage to you very shortly. We've just heard the Flying Dragons rehearsal has been cancelled due to the wind, which I suppose shouldn't come as a surprise to us, but everything else remains on the schedule. White wings have appeared in the sky above us. So yet to release from the PZL 104 Vilga tow planes. We've got a general aviation movement, it seems. So a short pause while we wait for this GA aircraft to get down on the ground.
So as we wait for this short pause, we'll just talk a bit more about Riat.
Yes.
So as we mentioned, the Frecce Tricolori are back this year. We have a wide assortment of fast jets, ranging from the potential final display of the Danish Air Force F-16 fighting
it
Falcon.
won't be the final display. It's the final year, but it will be displaying at Roskilde. And I don't think I'm betraying any confidences when I say there's going to be some form of, not live coverage, but there was some form of coverage of that show on Plains TV in the form of an edited programme. Probably going to be released no earlier than October, but that I think could very well be the final airshow performance of a Danish F-16.
Yes, Danish F-16 along with the quite fabulous Finnish F-18 Hornet as well. Again, that was another display that you and I saw at San Nicole last year, and it really is a top-notch display. It's something that's been around for around 20-25 years now, the actual Finnish Air Force F-18 display, but it always seems to get better every time you see it.
It does. What I particularly love about that display, and it's Radom in 2023 where this sticks in my mind, some of the on-crowd dives that it does before whipping into the knife edge and pulling back on the stick. It looks like it's really attacking the crowd, so to speak.
Yes, it really does. And the F-18 is such a charismatic aeroplane, especially as a display aircraft. We're lucky to not just see the Finnish F-18, but also up until last year the Swiss F-18 display and the Spanish F-18 display, which also you saw again last weekend as well.
I did, yes, and again very good. I saw part of the Spanish Typhoon display last weekend, which was also phenomenal. Unfortunately, I had a bird strike and had to cut the display short about halfway through. So I'm looking forward to seeing that at the Air Tattoo in full form. That's a really classy fast jet solo display.
Absolutely.
And there's some unusual manoeuvres in there, such as a gear down maximum rate turn on full reheat.
Oh wow. And the last time we saw the Spanish Typhoon at Riat was 2016, and before that was 2007 and 2006 with its debut display. Not just fast jets either, we've got plenty of helicopters, as we already mentioned, the Swedish HKP-16, along with that the Czech Sokol, which will be at Leszno this weekend. You saw the footage of that displaying earlier on. We've also got the Red Arrows, the Battlefront Memorial Flight, the RAF Typhoon display.
The Italians, of course.
The Italians with the full trio of Reparto Sperimentale Volo aircraft.
Now, I'm going to explain what we're seeing now. This is not an RAF SE-5A, but it looks like one. This is basically a movie prop, as indeed all of the aircraft are that are approaching. Visually, they are very faithful representations, and great care has been put into them. These are the aircraft of pterodactyl flight, which will be entertaining us over the next few days with a First World War reenactment unlike any that I have seen before, because it is going to be packed with explosions. Some surprisingly big things are going to get blown up. There's going to be camps of reenactors on the ground, there will be vehicles, there will be static exhibits, and there will be this very closely scripted air battle taking place in the air above all of it.
So the Royal Flying Corps SE-5 there is just rolling from landing, and then that will be followed by a replica Fokker D7 by the looks of it.
I believe you're right, yes. There's various aircraft in the fleet.
Yes.
This
as
indeed,
well.
Fokker D7 landing now. We've got a Fokker E3, not an Eindecker actually, which is on the screen now. So that's the Fokker E3. There'll be another Fokker E3 on the ground. And is that a Fokker DR1 taking up the rear? I think it is. So there's the Fokker E3. Quite an unusual sight. There's no originals that fly. Is the DR1, several of the German aircraft in that very colourful paint scheme style which the Germans often applied, printed with blocks of wood rather than painted by hand, hence some of the unusual shapes that appeared. We saw that certainly on the D7 as it landed.
Yes, the idea of camouflage didn't really apply to the Germans during the First World War.
It certainly didn't, as this bright pink aircraft suddenly filled the sky. And now the runway is clear. White wings appear to be having another go high above us. They come from Aero Club Romania, a remarkable institution. It was founded in 1920 by Prince George Valentin Bibescu, initially known as the Royal Romanian Aero Club. Since then, its name and remit has changed many times, but since 1991 it's been owned by the Romanian Ministry of Transport. It owns 7 airfields and operates no fewer than 17 regional aero clubs around Romania, offering flying, gliding and parachute training courses with free tuition to those under the age of 23. It is effectively free government-funded flying lessons with no expectation of joining the armed forces. Aero Club Romania also offers aircraft servicing and maintenance for private owners. They host aerobatic competitions, rallies and about 10 air shows per year, and they have no fewer than 4 display teams, 2 of which are here in Leszno this weekend. The Hawks of Romania and these 2 IS-28 gliders of the White Wings, starting their display above us now with a line abreast loop coming up very shortly. Aero Club Romania has operated glider aerobatic teams ever since 1990. White Wings have carried the torch since 2010. fly the Romanian-built IAR IS-28B2, and they have become renowned as one of the top glider airshow displays anywhere in the world. And over the course of the next 5 minutes or so, we shall see just why. Reminder that this is a practice, and when we see the display proper tomorrow, they will be flying with smoke and pyrotechnics on the wings. Slowly turning back in towards us to approach from the front for what will be a marvellous photo opportunity come show day when they have the smoke, because once they get onto the B-axis flying towards us, they will briefly push negative G in an on-crowd bunt and then pull into a majestic sequence of on-crowd close formation loops. Here they come. The negative G push occurring now, and the loops about to commence. Two loops, and now watch for them to split. We'll see a sequence of opposing and synchronized aerobatic maneuvering. A very smart rejoin of both aircraft together. Remember, that rejoin having been achieved without the use of an engine. The only means of controlling speed is by using the spoilers. A glide ratio of 34:1 on paper, which is not especially high, so it's remarkable just how much performance they've been able to eke out of these gliders. To put it into context, a modern competition soaring glider can glide about twice as well as this. Nonetheless, despite its modest glide ratio, at one point the IS-28 held the world distance record for gliders, flying for over 800 kilometres. Now coming up, something really quite remarkable, something that I've never seen done by a glider before. This will be a mirror pass down the show line. looks fairly ridiculous, but it's about to get more so. Watch the aircraft that's inverted. It's pulling straight into a split S, the other following behind it, low passes to end the display. An indescribably beautiful performance there, and it will be all the more so with added smoke and pyrotechnics tomorrow. That is a display that we've wanted to get to this air show for years. It has visited Leszno before in 2016. That was before the Antidotum Airshow came into existence. But wonderful to have it back. It was my first time seeing them this week, and they are absolutely wonderful. At the controls, Vasily Hatchuk and Octavian Stavila. Together they form the Aero Club Romania's glider aerobatic display team, the White Wings, coming in now for a formation landing. Can't ask for a formation landing in gliders much more precise than that.
Well, I have much respect for any display pilot, but it's something different displaying gliders, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. The two Vilgas coming in on approach. That was remarkable. But what we've just seen is a remarkable piece of flying. What we're going to get tomorrow is a piece of theatre, because that flying will be accompanied by the fireworks, by music. Such an odd attitude at which those Vilgas fly.
And the Vilgas there demonstrating their exceptional short landing capability.
Yeah, just looking at it you can tell that it's going
to
not require a long runway at all. Now, the Hawks of Romania are taxiing out on the far side of the runway as we move from one display by the Aero Club Romania to another. As I mentioned, they have some 4 display teams. Those display teams being the White Wings, the Hawks of Romania, the Blue Wings parachute team, and the Pelicans, flying a trio of ICP Savannah ultralights.
And as that Husky is just landed and about to vacate the runway, the Hawks of Romania are just lining up, ready to take their spot on the runway for their practice display.
Yeah, the Hawks of Romania are one of the display items that haven't actually provided us with a detailed rundown of what they're going to do in their display. And there we have some wonderful drone footage from the drone team here. Our first outing of the week for the drones. And we'll be aiming to keep the drones airborne for part of the display practice as well. All of this, I should specify once again, very carefully planned and briefed. It is entirely legal. All of this has been planned jointly between the display pilots, the drone team, and the flying display director. Signed off by the local authorities as well. It's not something that just happens, it's something that has taken months of preparation work. It's also something that's been built up over the course of the previous 5 air shows here at Leszno to reach the incredible standard of broadcasting that we were able to bring from the drone team here at Leszno last year. Hawks of Romania holding short while the runway is cleared. One of the gliders of White Wings still has a wing over the runway, but it is being rapidly repositioned. Now, Kieran, I believe the broad structure of what we're expecting to see here is initially a couple of 5-ship passes, but then it'll be 4-ship formation aerobatics, similar to what we saw from the Baltic Bees, loops, barrel rolls, quarter clovers, and solo aerobatics, breaking up those 4-ship manoeuvres. So there'll be a couple of minutes of 4-ship flying, then a couple of minutes of solo flying, a couple of minutes of 4-ship flying, and so on and so on and so on. And that's the rough outline for what we're going to see.
Brilliant. My only memory of the Hawks of Romania is at the end of a 13-hour flying display at Kecskemét back in 2013.
Yes. They were always long ones at Kecskemét. In fact, in that region generally they're always long, because the Bucharest International Air Show goes on for a similar amount of time. Radom went on for 11 hours a couple of years ago.
So as you can see from the footage, the drones are capturing the extras just lining up on the runway now. They'll be waiting for clearance to take off.
Yeah, a mix of extra 300s and extra 330s. The soloist flying an extra 330 SC, which is the highest performance version currently in circulation, arguably the highest performance aerobatic machine in the world. I suspect you'll be able to hear in the background the noise of some music going on. I'll just explain, that's the sound of the Wind Cameral Orchestra getting ready, doing their own rehearsals as we watch the flying display rehearsals. At the same time, the Hawks of Romania taking off in stream, and they'll be gathering in a 5-ship Vic formation in preparation for the start of their flying display practice.
Yes, the orchestra here at the back is providing some really nice musical interludes between the practice displays. We've had
sort of accidental, but yes.
Yes, we've had lots of film music ranging from Crimson Tide all the way through to Pirates of the Caribbean, and a bit of Gladiator as well. It's been fantastic for those that like their movies and their movie scores.
Yeah. And I think during the grand finale practice we'll probably get a full run through of the music along with it. I would guess that's what their aim is, to be ready in time to do that, because the music is a key part of the grand finale and the timing of it is absolutely critical.
And I can see the Hawks of Romania are now lining up to come along on the A-axis, and I can also see a tiny little drone just retreating just behind the crowd.
George Rotaru flying at the front of this formation, the General Director of the Romanian Aero Club and the President of the Romanian Aeronautical Federation. He's also the coordinator of the National Aerobatic Team, a flight instructor and an examiner with over 6,000 flight hours. On the right wing is Laszlo Ferenc, the right-wing pilot of the Hawks of Romania. He's 50 years old, began flying in 1991. He's a flight instructor and examiner with 5,500 flight hours. And on the inner left wing, also the opposing solo, is Valentin Caval. He's 29 years old, began flying in 2013. He's a flight instructor with 1,400 flight hours. Now that's the sort of coverage that you won't see of many air shows apart from this one. Live FPV drone filming chasing the aircraft through the sky. Teodor Munteanu is the slot pilot in this team, 38 years of age, began flying in 2003. He's a flight instructor and examiner with 3,500 flight hours. And Andreea Banisaru is the solo pilot of the Hawks of Romania, who'll be breaking away shortly to perform some solo aerobatic manoeuvres. She is 25 years of age, started flying in 2016, and is a flight instructor with 2,000 flying hours. Sound that you may have heard just then, the whizzing sound, that was the sound of the FPV drone returning to base. Very short battery life on that machine, so it generally takes off just to take a few shots and then come back in.
And a vertical takeoff and landing configuration as well. It's almost like a Harrier.
The Mavericks coming in as well. But now the 5 aircraft coming in towards us for a corkscrew manoeuvre. Doesn't this look wonderful against the setting sun? The Extra 300 family has been the dominant aircraft in the world of unlimited category aerobatics for some years now. It was designed by Walter Extra, who built his first aerobatic aeroplane, the Extra 200, in 1983. It was loosely based on the Laser 200, which was in turn based on the Stevens Acro. So the Extra very much shares the same common ancestor as the Edge 540 and indeed most other Western modern aerobatic monoplanes. Nonetheless, Volta Extra was able to extract more performance out of that basic configuration than any of his predecessors, and in time his company developed a long-running family of supremely successful machines. The best-selling of the family is the twin-seat Extra 300L, of which we see some examples here. The highest performance version is the Extra 330 SC. That's the single-seat aeroplane that's performing the solo manoeuvres that we see today. Here comes the Extra 330 SC, a composite aeroplane with an empty weight of just 585 kilograms. Up front is a Lycoming AEIO 580 B1A 6-cylinder engine producing 315 horsepower, coupled with a Muehlbauer 3-bladed propeller. The wings are carbon fibre with full-span ailerons, and that, combined with a warping-free carbon fibre spar and underwing spades that lighten the aerodynamic loads on the ailerons, can produce a roll rate in excess of 400 degrees per second. On the subject of wings, these are symmetrical aerofoil, meaning that the wing flies exactly the same way upside down as it does when it's the right way up, and that makes it very easy to switch between erect and inverted flight. The Extra 300, and in particular the 330 SC, is so outstandingly successful that it is more or less the singular definitive aircraft at use in top-tier aerobatic competitions. In 2008, the 330 SC was selected by the Équipe de Voltige for use at the World Aerobatic Championships the following year, following an extensive selection process that also included the SBAC, the Su-26, Su-29, Extra 300 and others. The Extra 330 has won 6 out of the 7 world titles up for grabs since then and claimed every single podium position since 2017, at least until the most recent championships when there was an MXS on the podium. It's even been adopted by the Russian national aerobatic team, breaking with decades of tradition and becoming the first foreign aircraft type to be used by Russia at the World Championships, and they won while flying one of these in 2017. In fact, if we look at the overall results of the most recent World Aerobatic Championships, 82% of the entrants used an aircraft from the Extra 300 line. %7% used an Extra 330 SC specifically. It is absolute dominance. That dominance extends into the world of air shows as well, with many famous pilots flying Extra 300s and 330s. Mark Jeffries in the UK, Michael Goulian and Patty Wagstaff in the United States, Martin Schonker in the Czech Republic, and we've seen them here in Leszno over the past few years, flown by local pilot Marek Choim, France's Florent Audon and Victor Lallouet, and Australia's Aaron Deleu. There's also great many formation teams that have used this type. The Blades, the Northern Lights, the Global Stars, and 3 national aerobatic teams, the Royal Jordanian Falcons, the Chilean Halcones, and 1 Malaysia Crisacti. Each aircraft going to fly through in turn now as we come towards the end of the Hawks of Romania's display. See in that shot the wind drift, huge wind drift, even now at nearly 9:30 at night. The wind still hasn't really dropped off. A little flourish there from Andrea Benezaru as the other aircraft start to land underneath her. The first one already on the ground, 3 more in the circuit. The Hawks of Romania touching down after their practice display. We look forward to seeing them again tomorrow, and indeed we look forward to seeing everything again tomorrow, plus very much more. Kieran, let's run through the flying display programme for tomorrow one last time, because there's so much on there. So we've got the opening to begin with the 4 helicopters representing 60 years of history of German Army aviation. 2 of those types still very much in service, and then there's a whole load of other displays after that.
Yeah, absolutely, Adam. We've got a real stacked lineup coming your way tomorrow. So we start straight after the helicopter opening with a line extraction demonstration, followed by the Scandinavian Airshow catwalk. That is going to be around about 10 to 4 local time, and that's followed by Heliforce Day Show, the Mai 2 that we saw in the footage earlier. And then we come to our first Warbird display of the day, Gorgrab's gorgeous P-51D Mustang Francis Dell. And then after the Mustang, we've got Polish Sparks, followed by the excellent Flying Bulls aerobatic team. That is the Extreme Air XA42 team. Not the Warbirds just yet, although they will be displaying a little bit later on. We will come to that imminently. They're followed by Pterodactyl Flight, which is the World War I replica team that we saw arriving earlier on this evening. And then we come to the German Army Tiger team, the helicopter, the aerobatic helicopter display that we saw practice earlier on. That really is an excellent
we
display.
saw it. Unfortunately, the people on the stream didn't, because it happened quite early today.
Yes, I saw it. I saw it as I was driving in, but it looked absolutely fabulous, and we can't wait to see that across the next 2 days. From one helicopter display to an aerobatic extravaganza, courtesy of the Slovenian Armed Forces with their PC-9 display. We did see that display earlier, and that was absolutely astonishing. That's followed by the Blanix team, the excellent flying Red Bull Blanix, a pair of gliders performing their usual accustomed glider routine. And then we have the Czech Air Force W3 Sokol display, followed by the German Air Force Solo Typhoon. We saw that practice earlier. Hawks of Romania, which we just saw practice, will follow the Typhoon.
See them on the screen now, still taxiing in, courtesy of the drone team.
And then we've got Warbirds aplenty with the Flying Bulls, quartet of B-25, T-28, Corsair and P-38 Lightning. And they're followed by the German Air Force Tornado demo team. And then we've got a couple of hot air balloons, and then the White Wings.
Yeah, we've got that's where we kind of come into the sunset portion of the display. So there's a 20-minute break, if you like, if you can call a hot air balloon mass launch a break. And it's then that we come into the pyro displays, the sunset action. There's White Wings, the Baltic Bees, German Army NH90 with flares. We've got badge formation, the 3 ship of jets, the Tiger demo team. We've got the C-130, Bob Grimsted in the Fournier, Team Anbo, Heliforce with the Night Show, the Fire Moth, the Flying Dragons, and the Grand Finale. The Grand Finale, which we saw a little hint of earlier on. There is another practice coming up later today, but I think this is where we need to offer full disclosure and say the gap now between us and the next thing, the last thing, which is the Grand Finale practice, is over an hour. They are going to try and do it in relative darkness. They are not going to have fireworks. They are not going to have the full complement of aircraft. And quite frankly, I want to keep it a surprise. So given that it's not going to look great, and given that I want to kind of keep things under wraps, because a lot of people have worked very hard on this, and it is a surprise, we are not going to continue broadcasting. The Hawks of Romania was our last action of today. So we've run through what we're going to see tomorrow. We've talked about some of the other things that are coming up on Planes TV over the coming months. If you do want to sign up to see all of that, there is no better time than now, because we have a discount code available. If you use the code Leszno25 over at watch.planestv.com, that will get you 30% off, 20% off your first 3 months, or indeed off your first year. You can cancel at any time for as long as you are a member, you'll be able to access all of our live broadcasts from this show, from Riat, from other events that are coming up. You'll also be able to access our back catalogue of programmes stretching back into the 1980s, and we've been showing you some excerpts of some of those programmes. There's something else that we would like to show you before we go. That is a little clip of our coverage of Riat last year, just to whet your appetites a little for what is to come and give you an indication of what is in store if you stay around as a Plains TV member until July of this year. So this is a little highlights compilation from Riat 2024.
A very good morning, everyone, and on behalf of the Royal Air Force Charitable Trust Enterprises, a warm welcome to the world's greatest military air show, the Royal International Air Tattoo 2024.
So that's a little taste of what's coming up in July, and I think also prudent to think about what's coming up tomorrow as well. We've really enjoyed the practice session today. We've seen some good aviation activity. It has just been a taste of what's to come. It's not really representative of the brilliance of what's coming up over the next few days. But Kieran, what's stood out for you today?
Well, I must say the displays that we usually see and we're accustomed to, like the Slovenian PC9, are just exemplified by this, this really short, close display line. That was fantastic, and then from what I could see, the Tiger display as well looked really superb. Looking forward to the next 2 days of aviation action.
We will be back with you tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time, exclusively on our streaming service, watch.plainstv.com. Do remember the discount code Leszno25 in order to get discounted access to that. I'll add that if you're coming to the show in person and you don't speak Polish, then this commentary will also be broadcast on FM radio. I'm afraid I'm still finding out what the frequency is, but it will be announced on the Airshow Facebook page, I'm sure, in the coming hours. So if you've got handheld radio you can bring with you and a pair of headphones, Kieran and I will be able to keep you company all day long. We hope to see you again tomorrow, but until then, from all of us on the Plains TV team, thank you very much for your company, and goodbye for now.
Cheerio.
Quickly becoming a bucket list event for airshow fans, the Antidotum Airshow in Leszno, Poland is now one of the biggest airshows in Central Europe, and it's on track for its best ever edition this year. Plains TV is live streaming the training sessions and the main show days, including stunning aerial filming from inside the flying displays. As ever, the Antidotum thrives on creativity and variety, a roughly 7-hour show that features all manner of flying machines and runs late into the night, accompanied by plentiful fireworks and a live orchestra. Among the stars of this year's show, no fewer than 4 display teams from the German military: the Eurofighter EF2000, NH90, the rarely seen and fully aerobatic Tiger, and the world debut of the German Air Force's new Tornado demonstration team. We'll also see aviation of a bygone age from pterodactyl flight and the Flying Bulls, among others. And some of Europe's top civilian aerobatic teams will join the party, including the Baltic Bees and the Hawks of Romania. This is an airshow that always does things differently, and we're also expecting to see one-off special formations, combat reenactments, and set-piece displays, many of which are being kept as a surprise. Then, after darkness falls, we'll see the nighttime flare dumps that made this airshow famous, followed by a multi-aircraft pyro-musical grand finale, the like of which has never been seen at an airshow before. The Antidotum Airshow is bold, ambitious, unique and spectacular, equally beloved by hardcore enthusiasts and the general public alike. This truly is an airshow like no other.